So to start with Groovy, first you need to download this Apache org Groovy and download this Windows installer, and once it is downloaded, just execute and install that one. Okay. So for the best thing to learn the Groovy is some site. Let me show you that site. Yeah, this one. This Groovy script tutorial for the beginners. We can. So it will be helpful to learn this language easily. I pinged you that link as well. So it will give you the brief idea about what is Groovy and other things. Okay, it will also tell you how to install this Groovy setup. Okay, so already I have previously installed this Groovy, and I'm not going to, install it anyway. Here all the steps are there. The first thing you need to remember that about the Groovy is that we need to install Java first in our system. Yeah, once the Java is installed, then download the Groovy and install it. Okay, so the Groovy is a superset of Java. It works on Java libraries. So in the Groovy language, you can write Java statements as well. You can execute, but also Groovy is very flexible, very easier, and very lightweight code you can write. So in a Java, normally if you want to write just print any other one line, just an example, at least you have to write 7 lines of a code. Okay, but Groovy is not like that one. You can just write one single statement. It just executes. Yeah. So once you install the Groovy, the best thing to start and give a hands-on for yourself is that to using a Groovy console. Okay. So once you install based on the steps and the blog I have given you, once you've done everything there, and then you can just go into the command prompt and give a Groovy console. The console will be open in a couple of seconds. If it is the first time, it will take a bit of time to compile the libraries and get started, but it will be gets it. So if everything works fine, when you type the Groovy console, nothing is displayed here. It comes to command prompt and the Groovy console will open. If something is shown after this one, there is something wrong. You have to look at it and install it or set the variables and other things. Okay. If you got any errors tomorrow, just let me know. We can sort that out. Yeah. Okay. So
Okay,
once you open the Groovy console, this is this console will be popped up, and here you can just write the code and just execute line by line, or you can compile and see the output immediately. Yeah. So if it is a Java code, normally what you will do, you need to declare a class. Yeah, you need to declare a class, test, and publics. So static void main. So you have to write all this code in order to just display a single line of code. Okay. System dot, maybe it's wrong, but I'm just writing a synopsis. Okay. System dot out dot print ln. Okay, these many lines you have to write in Java. If you just print one line of hello world in a Java coding, but in if it is a Groovy language, you can just write print ln fast string and Groovy. Okay, you can write just in a one line code. My voice is audible, right?
Yeah, Sri.
Yes, Sri.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, so you can just write one line code and execute it, automatically prints it here. So you can write as many lines of code here. You can simply execute and test it in this console. So if it is a Java code, you have to write and save that source code in a .java file, and you have to compile it. Then you have to execute it. To see all these things in a command prompt. There are some IDEs. I mean, you can write in Eclipse. You can use an Eclipse and do all these things. But however, in general, the Java file has to be created first, and it has to be executed, compiled and executed, then only we can see the output. And also the Java line codes are very huge. You have to strictly follow the syntaxes in the Java. The Groovy is lightweight and it is also superset of Java. You can do whatever the things you can do it in the Java, but also it has a other capabilities as well, like how can I say, it is a variable. I mean, it is a variable. It has a dynamic data types. In Java, you have to define the data type. Like for example, integer. If you specify integer, you can only store the integer values in there. All the data types are very strict, and the syntax is also very strict. But in the Groovy, you can define the variable. That variable can change in the runtime, or you can assign any type of data automatically. That variable get the type of that variable will be changed. Okay, so what it means, so here def a is equal to 2. Okay, here print a. So if you execute this one, print. So if you execute this one, so what will happen? It automatically prints the a variable. I have defined the variable as def and a. I assigned 2. Okay, I printed a. Okay, if a is equal to 3, and the same thing I will do it again with the same variable name. I am not defining the variable. I am just reassigning the data to the same variable, and I'm just trying to execute. Okay, see what it happened. I will clear this output and execute it again. Okay, so execute this one. So the first line, I defined a variable a and assigned a value to. Now the a variable, this data type is assigned to an integer. In the runtime, again I have assigned this variable, same variable, with string. Automatically the a variable data type has changed to string. So in this way, you can dynamically define the variables and reuse the variables with any kind of data. Okay, so the advantage of this one is that if only you can do it with a definition. I mean the diff variable, I mean diff syntax. Otherwise, if I do it as a integer int, I can define int a as 2, but I may not able to assign it to a string. Let's execute again. What it will say, see here, I have defined a as a variable int. I assigned integer value 2 and printed it. It worked. Okay, later I try to assign a string value to the same thing, it doesn't accept because the variable is already strictly defined with a integer, and you cannot assign as a string. So if you want to make it as a dynamic, you have to define with a define variable, I mean define syntax keyword, then only you can make it as a dynamic. Otherwise all the other data types whatever you specify, it will be strict. Okay, that's why we call it as a, I mean it is a more dynamic than the Java. In Java there is no concept of dynamic variable. You can define any data type, primitive data types, or superset of the data types that will be strict. You can assign only that particular kind of data. Okay, so normal in the same like Java, the all the Groovy script files are need to saved with .groovy. So what we are doing is here is that I am trying to explain Groovy concepts. Okay, still we have to look into the CPI Groovy scripting that we will be going into further sessions, but we need to familiarize ourselves with how the Groovy works and how the Groovy programming language you can do it. Okay, so this is all standalone, nothing to do with CPI. This is just a programming language introduction. Okay, so the other advantage of this one is there are, so in any other language we have a concept called arrays. In the arrays, these arrays are also strict. In Java you have to specify the array, and you cannot, I mean dynamically cannot, it cannot grow by itself. So there are so many, a lot of code you have to write to in order to make it as a dynamic. But in the Groovy script you can define the arrays and other types of list, other types of arrays. We call it as list and maps. There are so many things are a dynamic way. You can use arrays with a multiple data types be assigned into one array. So there are pretty much so much I mean advantages are there. We can discuss the advantages if you want in a later session. So but what I request you to, once the session is over, spend some time on a Google and this Groovy console on your local machine. So give a hands-on, right? Try to write an examples and familiarize with how it works. So then it will be easier. Then we'll go into the CPI. Okay, and you can also we can also look at how these variables are being defined, what kind of variable it is in the runtime. So I want to just know here after print a is assigned to 2. Okay, if I want to know what kind of data it is, what kind of variable is internally has been assigned, you can check with a small example like get class, so that it ideally it should display what kind of data type is assigned to a. So if you observe here, so let's take this bit. So if you observe here, I have asked print a dot get class what kind of class it is, or what kind of data it can hold. So when we are printing, it is saying class java.lang.integer. So this is why we said Groovy is a superset of Java. So the data types and everything in the internally, it works like a Java only, but the language and the syntax we are following on the foreground, or dealing with the runtime, we will be writing a Groovy language, but internally this will be converted into a Java, and Java classes will be executed further in the runtime. So that's why for Groovy, we need to have Java is a mandatory to install on the system, and then only you can install the Groovy and run it. Okay, in the same way, we can also check if I assign a string. a dot get class. So I'm executing this one. See, in the first instance, it is an integer. In the second instance, it is converted as a string automatically. So that this is how it is dynamically it works. Yeah. Okay, so when you just a sec, give me 1 sec. Sorry. So yeah, in this way you can define the variables and you can try to print them. So if there are some easy iterations in the sense, for example, if it is a Java, um, what you need to, if you want to write a loop, what you need to write for int I is equal to 0, I less than, sorry, I less than equal to 10, I plus plus. Yeah, so you have to write the loop in this way, and here you need to write system dot and other things, right? System dot out dot println, and I want to print I if I want to. Okay, so this much, and you have to embed this into a class and you have to execute this class and everything. So but you can simply achieve the iterations like 0 dot up to of 10, and you can just write a code with a braces and write print ln dollar it. Okay, so if you observe here, this is very simple one. We can write within a line all these things. So 0 dot up to in the sense how much it can go. uh, so once you declare like this, it automatically starts with 0 and it will increase one after another, and it will be printed to the 10. So not only print in the brackets, whatever the code you write, this code will be executed 10 times or these many times in between. For example, if I want 5 up to 10, so it automatically starts with 5 and go to up to 10. So how many? This is 5 times, but the iterator, if you see, the iterator is still printing, starts with 5 and up to 10. So you can achieve these kind of iterations easily in Groovy script. So the other one is that the other one is the, so it is, how can we, there would be some other keyword you can use, how many times the iterator can be executed. So so it is like, okay, 4 dot times and the sprint ln dollar it. Always I confuse with 3 languages. Did I do mistake? Sorry. Yeah, it is times. So here, so you can do it does automatically those many times. If you want to execute, you can give the times. Otherwise, if you want to start with something else, and you can do that in a previous way. 0 dot up to 2, up to 7, up to 10. Up to means those many numbers will be executed. So based on this numbers, how you want to do it, you can be it can be printed. Okay, so let's see the another syntax. 0 dot. So if you want to comment any code or write a comment, so you can just put 2 slashes between before the line. The code will be commented. Okay, this tab. So there is one more keyword, step. Let's see how it works. Print ln $it. So what it is doing, it starts with 0 and trying to print up to 7, and the step size is 2. The step size is 2 means it will increase by 2 numbers. It is always increased by 2 numbers. Let's put 1 here and print it the same thing. So it should start with 1 and the step increase by 2 and print up to 7. Okay, so if the output is, if you see here, the output, it starts with 1 and increase 3 up to 7. So 7 is not considered when you do is up to or something. The 7 is not considered because the step size is 2. So let's say I will put 11 and print it. So it prints up to 11. So that means that before the number 9 and the step size is increased up to 9. So in this way, you can also increase the step size if you want even numbers and odd numbers, or even if you want to, for example, 15. I will put it as 20, and if you put a step size 3 and put a 0, so what happens, it should start with 0 and it increases by 3 and keeps on executes. Okay, this way you can use this iterate as any of the key symbols, any of the keys, you based on your requirement, based on your uh, writing skills, you can use any of these keywords to make it a iterations. Okay, so tell me any examples. We will write some code and we will see how this gets executed. Okay.
The first two lines you drawed, right? For what was that before for?
Sorry, these are the 2
The
slash
the two slashes, forward slashes, which you have used. What is that for?
forward
If
slash.
you know, if you remove and execute, what will happen?
So both will be executed.
Okay.
So if I execute this one, the both things will execute it. So the 4 times 0, 1, 2, 3 executed, and the 0 starts with step count 3, 0, 3, and 6.
Okay.
Yeah. This. Okay, so I'm just thinking what else examples we can do. So we can also specify the lists in the Groovy scripting. So I just remove these ones, and the list we can also specify li list. So we can now. So these are the list. We can have the multiple strings. I am just assigning Groovy and what else? Java. Let's say. Okay. So I have defined 4 strings into one list with a definition of variable. Then if I print ln ls list, if I execute, all this will be automatically display, will be printed and displayed. Okay, so you can also do some kind of uh, operations, like if I want to add one more into this one, like list dot um, one more string into this one, we can add list dot add what we can add, let's say 60. Okay, let's print this one. What will be happen? So the result here, it is showing as a true. If you see here, I am not printing it. The result it is showing, that at the end of this one, end of your code, whatever the variables are being executed or done something on the last command, it will be displayed whether it is successful or not, or is there any value to this one. Okay, so for example, def a is equal to 2. Okay, this is the whole code I'm executing. I'm trying to execute. If you see here at the result, I have defined a variable a, so it is displaying this variable value, but actually it is not printing. It is just a Groovy consoles feature. So the last variable value, it will be displayed. So that's why in the result section, it is displaying it is a true, because the list dot add, I have added into the list as a one value as a 3. It is saying, okay, this is successful, it is true. So now we can again print this one and check. So if you see here, the list is growing, and you can assign as many as you want. So this is why it is very dynamic. It is easier when you do it. If it is a Java, we have to write at least in my knowledge, we have to write at least a 50 lines of code to make it as a dynamic and add more values into array. Okay, so you can also do some kind of search functionalities into this one. So println, what I'm trying to say is that I want a in the list, I want a value which has a um, for example, contains vy. Okay, so what I'm trying to do, print a value in the list which contains a vy as a value, which contains, that means if any one has a vy value, it should be printed. So let's print this one. Okay, I'll clear the output, I'll execute this one. So why list dot contains as a v value, it Okay, maybe I thought it is different. Okay, the contains is a symbol, whether it check whether it is has that particular one or not. So if I saying I'm just searching if it has a contains, okay. So what it is doing in the list dot contains, it is searching in the whole list whether it contains that particular value or not. Then it is replying back. So it prints true. If I say vy, it is doesn't match with any value, exact value, and it is returning as a false. So it doesn't have the vy. So if I put a groovy and execute this one, it should what? Okay, I have mistaken that. So it returns true. So it is searching in the whole list whether that particular string exists or not. Okay, let's try this one with star vy. Let's say if I give a regular expression whether it works or not. Now it doesn't works. So okay, I will check the what is the regular expression method for searching the list values. I will explain it in the next session. Okay, and also we
Yeah,
can
most probably the star should not be in the quotes, maybe a different syntax than it was, I
no,
guess.
but it is an irregular expression, isn't it?
Expression, no, because when you give star in between the quotes, it will consider as a string. I mean, in general programming language. So I don't know here. That might be the reason. I'm not so sure. So you can.
Maybe I mean
We have to.
for yeah,
Yeah.
for searching the regular expression, maybe we need to use another keyword. Maybe
Okay. Okay.
yeah, I will check that one anyhow.
Okay.
Yeah, and also we can do that print ln and in the list dot get of any particular indexing values, we can also do that. This one, and starts with always remember it is like Java only. It starts with 0 the array values. So it return this one. So if I give 4, it should give an error out of. Okay, we added 3 as well, so it is a 4. If I give 5, it is giving a out of index. Yeah, so we need to remember that it always starts with a 0. Okay, and what is the size of, yeah, we can also print the size of it. Print ln, come on, print ln list dot size. Yeah, so using a size variable or dot less, I mean the list dot size keyword will give you the how many size inside that one. Yeah, so yeah, what else the syntaxes I'm just looking. So you can write all the arithmetic operations and other things as usual normally, and you can use if conditions and statements. I will create some more examples with this Groovy, and tomorrow we will write some of the code, taking an example and write a code as well. and later sessions I will be explaining how can we deal with XML files and JSON files. Then we will move into the CPI. So it will take another 2 to 3 classes to move into CPI with the Groovy scripting. So before that, I request you guys to look at in the Google and try as many examples as much possible, so that it will be easier when we get into the actual CPI session, CPI Groovy scripting. So why I have started Groovy scripting in between, because the next examples are we are going into bit more complex ones. So we need to write some scripting as well as some other steps need to be mixed, and we have to write create an example iflows. That's why I started with the Groovy. So we need to familiarize this language. Yeah. So I will try to gather some more meaningful examples and write some code in the Groovy itself to familiarize ourselves. And later on, we will go with the XML dealing and the JSON parsing. Yeah, if you have any questions or something, we just have a look at it.
One suggestion, Sri.
Yeah.
When you prepare examples, right, on the Groovy, maybe the most used commands in CPI side, right? So you can take those commands
So
actually in consideration. Yeah.
So the commands, we will be writing the same one, like definition, except the print. We are not using the print only. We can't use a print statement. All other statements we are using, iterations and everything. Okay. These are not comments. This is just language. So how the data comes into the CPI. So basically in CPI, the data all comes in either JSON, text, or XML files. So the data comes in as an XML. So we have to write XML parsing and other things. So I cannot write XML parsing in the first class. So you will get confused. So that's why we are trying to familiarize the statements, basically how to write loop, how to write if conditions and other thing. Then I will write the XML parsing in the Groovy console itself. Once this XML parsing and JSON parsing we get used to use in Groovy console, then we will go into the CPI with a scripting, XML parsing and JSON parsing.
Okay, so so my understanding is that then we'll be using basic language conditions, what are for loop, if loop, if condition, those things only will
Yes,
be
yes,
used.
yes. Yeah.
Plus,
For
plus
deal
parsing only,
plus
right? Nothing.
plus some parsing and uh, some statements we have to write it in CPI only. We cannot write it in standalone. So
Okay,
for
okay.
example, here in the list, for example, in the list, I'm writing this as, for example, I'm assigning the data to list. Okay. But in CPI, the XML data is already assigned to some variable. We have to access that variable and take the XML and parse it. So those things we will write in CPI only, some of the statements. But once we parse the data, how you write a data, how to check the data, how to validation, everything we write exactly same in Groovy like only. Some of the
Okay,
parts
okay.
will
So,
be changed. Some of the parts will be changed in CPI anyhow. To be clear, but the data conditions and in everything what we write here, we will write exactly the same thing there as well.
yeah. So no need to go in deeper, right? Basic commands. I mean, basic commands in the sense whatever we discussed today, plus
Yeah.
additional things.
Yeah,
Not
plus
much
XML
deeper in
parsing.
Groovy.
Yeah, XML parsing and other things. Then once we familiarize with XML parsing, how we are dealing with XML parsing and JSON parsing, that's it. We are okay to go into CPI. In the CPI, we just need to write some more steps. That's it.
Okay, okay. Got it. Yep.
So it is all growing. So we cannot start writing the Groovy scripting as it is in CPI. We cannot execute it here. So we have to write some more steps in CPI anyhow that we will be learning. So first we need to, the major part is that in the Groovy scripting, when you get into CPI, the major part is how you parse the XML. Once you parse the XML, once you got the data, how you check the validations, how you manipulate the data, how you convert the data using Groovy common language, then how you hand it over to the CPI back again. These are the things will be there.
Yeah,
So don't
I think
worry. Yeah,
I understand that it's a reading, right? Reading the XML language and then manipulation from what
yes,
we want to do.
exactly. So for manipulating that XML, what you need these kind of statements only, nothing else.
Yeah, got it. I got it actually. Yeah, that's what I thought. So no need to go in deeper of a Groovy, what is there and all high level things. So and then by on the floor we'll
Yeah,
learn.
yeah, on the flow, yeah, of course. I mean, when you have a real time, we never know what is the real time complexity. When you get it, you have to learn it and write some examples. Stack Overflow, everybody has like so many examples of your parts of the code. So you need to compile those codes and put it together, and you have to execute those ones.
Yeah, I'm just as for the beginner level, not after
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
As a
Yeah,
beginner, yeah, this is
beginner.
what we have to start. Yeah,
For the example, yeah, we can do this one. So that's why, I mean, if you keep on reading and do some more examples in the Google, so it will give you familiarization how the GUI works. Then automatically your logic will build up. You can write lengthier codes and complex logics.
This conference
Examples
will
or
now
something.
be recorded.
Okay. So Murari.
Yeah. Me and Ram, we both work together for an MNC. We both share the same knowledge as together. We have worked completely together in CRM as well as C4C.
Okay.
Ram is senior to me, like he has
Mm-hmm.
like 3 to 4 years more than me. But
Mm-hmm.
otherwise, work-wise, we both have worked on the same thing and the same.
Mm. Nice. So you both are previously CRM consultant and you started working in C4C.
Yes,
Yeah. Okay. Ram is also the same thing.
yeah,
Shashi?
you know it already, right? I think we
Yeah.
discussed.
Yes. Yeah.
So,
Shashi?
yeah, so like I have when I'm working in MNC, like I have 4 years experience into PIPO.
Mm-hmm.
Not much into PO, but like PI.
Okay, nice. So fine. I'm Sri. I'm an integration architect I'm working for integration at around 12 years, and I know PIPO, CPI, CPIDS, and cloud workflow. So okay, let so you guys have any? Shashi, do you have any integration experience? You said this PIPO, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, nice. So I think Ram and Murari also have a little bit experience of what is integration and other things. Yep.
we
Okay.
had a little bit of because the day-to-day life whenever we have to go for the implementations, not the entire
Mm,
integration scenario, but from C1 side we have to activate the communication systems and scenarios. From there we have the knowledge. Apart from
yeah.
that, I have worked one more integration scenario where not the CPA or any kind of middleware is introduced, but only the
Mm,
when we integrate the C1C to business one, the integration
mm,
framework we have to configure. So the whole
mm.
integration that we have worked, but without CPI. So
Yeah, of course.
normally
Mm,
we are looking at current day-to-day scenario. Most of the companies are going pay. So that's where
yeah.
Ram has proposed me that we need to train and into the CPI where it will be added advantage. So
Yeah.
that's a heads up for
Yeah.
both of us to get into the CPI.
Okay. Yeah. Nice. So yeah. Okay. You can. Everyone can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to.
Before you start, I have few questions.
Okay.
I mean, like, do you need? I mean, again, the same question. Do you need any Java background for this to know?
No, not really, but at least you should be having a programming knowledge, so that in the sessions I'm going to explain the Groovy scripting. So the
Okay.
Groovy scripting runs on it is another different language. However, it basically runs over the Java.
Okay.
So for running the Groovy script, Java is a backbone of it. But I mean, if you have any programming language idea how to code and what to do, you just need to understand the syntax. That's it.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah. So the Groovy scripting is a major advantage or outcome from the CPI advantages, so that you can write a custom scenarios where you cannot solve with a given palettes in the sense given steps or a given predefined steps. You cannot do it. Then you can use a Groovy scripting, and you can write your own logics.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where Groovy scripts comes in. Okay. So Shashi, right? You're asking this question,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Yeah. So you already in the PA, you are in a PAPO. You must be writing UDFs and other things.
Yeah, UDF is okay. I mean, like we copy paste it most of
Mm.
the UDF. Yeah,
But if you
I'm
understand
trying
the
to learn because I'm from chemical background, so I have like read in plus one, plus two. I'll just take it. I mean, like I have
mm,
resources to get with them.
okay, nice. So on my screen, I have shared a on-premise connectivity slide. You can see this, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we are seeing that on the right side also. We are seeing the panel.
Yeah, yeah. I will take that on. Yeah. I just want to make sure on the first day, if you remember, I
Yeah.
share it, but you couldn't see the slides. Okay, fine. Yeah. Now it's fine, right?
Yes. No, it's fine.
Yeah. Now it's fine.
So I hope everyone's seen my introduction session, and so anyhow the CPI, anyhow there's a cloud platform. This thing will again we can look at and we can discuss it. Also we can discuss in detail about the cloud connector, how it is going to be configured, how it is going to be installed in the next sessions. So I just want to go through a couple of things before we get into the the CPI screens and other things, so that we can understand all of us and move forward in a single view. Okay, so in my demo session, which I just briefed about what is a discover, design, and monitor. I will try to reiterate again. So in the CPI, the main phases or main areas where you develop, where you run the interface, where you see the monitor, and all these things will be divided into three different sections. One is the design. The first one is a discover, design, and monitor. Okay, so the discover page or the discover section will give you the overview of what are the things available in the CPI, or whatever the CPI, whatever the SAP is provided as standard content. These will be there in the discover section. So the discover section is mostly you look at what is the standard integration available out there, what SAP is provided or a third party vendor is getting provided to the SAP landscape. These will be shown in the packages of a discover section. Actually, this discover section will be connected to the business API hub. The business API hub is a common publicly available portal, so that where you can find the standard integration content for all the cloud product of SAP. Okay, where it has the success factor APIs, where it has a C4C APIs, where it has standard integration content for the CPI. Also, it has a standard integration for CPI DS as well. All these things will be there in the business API hub. So what are the business functionalities as exposed from the cloud products? These will be cataloged and documented in a business API hub. This is a publicly available over the internet. People can look at what is available and what is the use of it. Okay, so the business API hub will be integrated. I mean, in the other way, in the correct way, the CPI discover page is integrated to the business API hub. So the what is the CPI integration content? The standard integration content what SAP is going to provide. This will be refreshed and it will be connected into the discover section. So once you log into the CPI, the discover section will give you what is this, all this SAP standard content will be shown there. So you can search, you can filter, you can find what is the whether the any standard integration content will be solving your business requirement. Okay, that is the discover page. You can look at it. Then the next one is the design page. So once you found a standard integration content which is required for your business requirement, then you can copy this package into design phase. So this discover page is a catalog from SAP. It just give you the overview and it will show you what is the content available. But if you want to work or if you want to make it runtime for your business requirement, or you want to configure those interfaces to your landscape, so you need to copy this. First you need to copy this package into your design mode. Then in the design page, you can configure, you can give you the URLs, you can give you the user ID and password. All these things you can configure and you can deploy it into the runtime. This activities for the standard content is available. If the standard content is not available, then what is, so in that case you can go into the design page directly and you can create a package for your project or a business requirement, and in that package you can start creating a interfaces or in the CPI language, these are the called as integration flows, iFlow. You can start developing these iFlows from the scratch in the design page itself. So basically, as a developer or as a technical person, the design page is a main page where you create or modify the interfaces and you can deploy it into the runtime. So we are going to spend most of the time in the design page. Okay, so once you designed or once you developed, once you configured, you will be deploying it to the runtime from the design page itself. So once you deploy it, it will go to the integration services runtime in the center. So basically, whatever you see in the foreground on the page on the web browser, this is all a foreground. It is just an UI. Okay, so once you deploy this interface or an iFlow, it will go and sit into the background of cloud platform. It will be running and it will be run forever until you go and stop it. So the integration service runtime will be in a background. You cannot see it basically. This just you need to monitor. So once you deploy it, the interface will go and run in this integration runtime. Then you can go into the monitoring page. You can look at how many interfaces flow are successfully deployed, whichever is there any error for this integration iFlow deployment, and also you can look at how many messages are processed. All the message process statistics will be shown into the monitoring page. Okay, so the first line, when you log into the monitor page, the first page will tell you the message processing statistics. So for all of the integration flows in the runtime, how many messages are processed for the past hour, for the past month, you can configure this one. So how many are successful, how many are failure, how many messages are got failed, all this will be shown here. The second line will show you the how many integration flows. That means how many interfaces you have deployed, how many successfully running, how many are in an error state. All these details. There are so many other features will be there in the monitor section. We can perform so many activities which is required for security aspects and data store and all these things. We'll go into the further detail in the next session. So if you have any question, just interrupt me any time. There is no issue. We can discuss and we can move forward. Okay.
Sure.
So these are the main 3 different pages we are phase or sections, what you call, we can roam around basically. So if you're okay, I will go through one or two slides, then I will show you the pages how it look like. Okay.
Okay.
Otherwise I can go into the system and start explaining whatever you feel. So let me check. I have a session open. So okay. So once you get into the cloud platform service, you will be getting a URL from a uh, CPI Cloud Platform Administrator, where you can log into the CPI. So I will show you the basically the what I'm showing on the screen is my demo system. So um, I don't have access to the cloud platform as administrator, but I will be having a different client systems. I can show you in end of the session. I can show you that pages, how can you navigate through the cloud platform administration. Okay. So now presently this is a starting page where you land. Okay, come on.
See, one quick question.
Mhm.
Yeah, just a basic question. Like, so for expert, I'll come up with a C4CR CRM. In C4CR CRM, we have a roles like admin role, user role. There are many roles we create, and we give access to the end user, business user, something like that. So, is it anything like it's in CPA also, or it's a common that only one role is
No. There are so many roles. There are so many roles will be there for accessing the Discover page, for designing it, for deploying it, for monitoring or managing the interfaces. There is vast varieties of roles. These are maintained in the cloud platform.
okay?
So the this CPI, the Cloud Platform Integration Service, one of the service in the cloud platform, right? So was as we discussed, so whatever the roles and authorization, everything will be managed in the cloud platform itself.
Okay.
So there are many roles which will be used to design, I mean, like a developer or an administrator or a content manager. So these kind of roles will be there. So you need to assign it appropriately. So basically the integration platform, I mean the integration, whatever the integration product, whether it is a cloud, whether it is on premise. So most of the time it will be logged in, where most of the time it is monitored, it will be used by the technical team, not as a business perspective, because there is no business transactions or a business things need to be performed on this cloud platform integration services. So this will be given to the technical people only most of the times. But if there is a techno-functional guys, they will be having it. But ideally, these are the technical activities you are doing it in the integration services. So the roles is not very vast. There are very limited segregation between the developers, administrators, and the content managers.
Okay. Okay. So only technical team is going to use this one. So limited roles. So we'll have a brief idea. We'll have it
Yeah.
right later about these roles. What
Um,
is of it?
yeah, I will. Till now, I haven't given to anyone. Yeah, I will gather some of the information how these roles look like.
Okay.
I will give you the idea.
So my ask is like that. What is this role and where it will be used? I understand this one. Mainly the support team will need the access of this to monitor it. Other than that, there'll not be much issue. It's a major work on this, right? After implementation. So only
After
is developer role, another
mm,
is support role. Apart from that, if there is any role, and what is the use of it actually? So that will help us.
apart from that, there is administrator role who will be having the overall cloud platform administrations.
Okay.
That is not with the integration services anyhow.
Okay, that's a platform as a service you are talking.
Yeah, the cloud platform, whole platform.
Okay, so who will maintain that one? I mean, for example, you got it, you got a system to work on CPI, you are working on that, but the CPI is on cloud platform, HANA cloud platform, right? On that one, it will be available. So who will
Yes.
maintain that HANA cloud platform in your company, for example?
So basically, it is a if it is a client, I mean, you are working for a different client, the client should be having the basis team or a architect team who will be managing this cloud platform, whole cloud platform.
Okay.
In my previous project, in my previous project, the whole 5 to 6 team of basis team is available from the client perspective. They are managing these authorizations and everything. Security team plus basis team sit together. The whole team will be managing this cloud platform and the cloud platform services, authorizations or roles and all these things.
Okay, the client will own this actually, the HANA cloud platform.
Ideally, yeah,
Okay.
ideally. I mean, even if you are implementer, for example, you are implementing a project for them, in the implementation phase, maybe your company is having this authorization of maintaining the cloud platform. On end of the day, the client has to hand it over, take it over, and maintain this whole platforms, right? So basically, the basis team should be there at the client side.
Okay, so and one more question in that. So does it have the same link? Because CPI we have a link, right, to log in. Similarly, HANA
Yes.
cloud platform, this can be accessed? Like
So
any
I will
link
show
or?
you the yeah, I will show you the end of the session. That's what I'm trying to explain. So
Sure.
ideally, I should not share those information. So I at the end of the session, I
Mhm.
will stop the recording and I will show you those screens because those are
Okay.
the client systems. Yeah,
Okay, no problem. Thanks a lot.
yeah, no problem.
Really, like
So
you said,
yeah, sorry.
yeah. So you said like, do we here also we have a BAP and basis team? I mean, like in CPA, or just they do at the back end.
So the basis team will maintain this services, these platforms, but
Okay.
the technical team will be there. The technical team for cloud platform, I mean, this integration, what are the people as is the technical team, and also if any UEFI application is going to develop, those are the technical team will be there. So it depends on what services, what are the things you are doing on the cloud platform. Obviously, there is a technical team.
So if I have any authorization issue, so whom I will
Yeah.
contact? I will contact to I mean like my company
Yes.
side or the vendor
Yeah.
side.
It depends on who is maintaining this cloud platform. I mean,
Uh,
if the client is maintaining, if the vendor in the sense and not SAP, right? If it is a client.
Not a, yeah, going.
Yeah. So the client is maintaining this cloud platform. You need to ask the client, or if your team has the basis person who's maintaining this authorizations, you need to contact them. So basically, it is like it is you cannot segregate whether it is a basis, whether it is a technical. So the thing is the cloud platform is all GUI on the web browser. So the people who are maintaining actually have the initial access. SAP will be giving uh, a master account or a master login ID given to
Okay,
client or a vendor. I mean, vendor in the sense the third party company who is implementing it.
okay,
So it depends on who got that access, so that we need to find it out who has that access and roles basically.
okay,
Ideally,
got
the basis team should be or basis team or a technical architect group should be having the master account access.
okay, got it.
Yeah. So in the if you once you log into the cloud platform integration page, so you will be having a discover, design, and monitor section. The settings page is a very less used, and this is not going to give for anyone. So I will end of the our training session. I will explain what is this settings page will be used, but most of our time will be spending on these two sections, design and monitor. The discover is used to find out what is there in the system. So once you initially log into the cloud platform integration service, you will land into the discover page. So the discover page will give you how many packages are available as SAP standard content basically. So in this one, you can see that there are two differences: the cloud platform integration and the API management. So the cloud platform, the actual HANA cloud platform have so many services where the like integration services, integration data services that is called CPIDS, and also there has a API management. This is a separate tool. The API management is also having some of the standard content which is provided by SAP. So we are only interested with SAP Cloud Platform uh, integration. So if you filter that one, you will get 202 packages are there. So in this 202 packages, you can search and you can find um, what are the standard packages we need to use, and so many different. It based on it is aggregated, filtered based on the products, also it based on the industries, and also the line of businesses. Okay, so for example, if it is a C4C, so let's say it's
Srini,
yeah.
sorry to interrupt. Are these like iDocs? I mean, like which have been like
No, nothing like that. It depends on how the integration flows are developed in this each package.
okay. So in these packages, mapping everything would be done. I mean, like before only, right?
Yes,
Previously.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It is done by SAP or a third-party vendor who is provided this one. So if you look at, you can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
So if you see this one here, the SAP has developed this package. SAP is owner of this package.
Okay.
Okay, so it depends on what they have developed inside this one. So for example, so customer, let's say find if it is a sales side. I want to filter it based on the sales business line. Okay, so cloud for customer integration with SAP. This is a C4C to SAP S4 HANA on-premise integration package. Okay, once you open this package, it will give you this brief description and the package ID and the when it is developed at other section. So this is just an overview of this package. There are different sections of each package. You can download it from the SAP standard content. So the artifacts are nothing but actual development of an interface. So the type of these artifacts as like iFlows or integration flows, these are the main interfaces are developed by SAP in this package, or the package will also look like same when you do it from the scratch in the design section. Okay, so it has total of 64 artifacts. The main artifacts you can look at in each and every package, either you develop or SAP has developed it, the integration flows and the value mappings. Okay, so the integration flows are nothing but interfaces, and the value mappings are nothing but the values from value mapping from one set of values to another set of values. So let's look at what does this value mapping look like. This is a small concept. For example, from the SAP side, you are getting a country codes like IN, GB, US, like that. But in the other system, in the third-party system or a different system, it won't be available like they cannot understand what is IN, what is UK, what is GB, all these things. So you have to give a direct country name in the third-party system while sending a data. So the value mappings will be used to convert that one value into different value formats. So these, if the SAP is sending an as an IN in a particular data, then if you want to convert it into a in India, so you can use that IN value here, and you can define the different values. Sorry, here. So if you can define the IN here, you can define India, and in the same way, you can specify n number of values like GB, it will be Great Britain. So in that way, you can maintain a table of values so that you can convert from one value to a different value. So that is the value mapping. We can be used in the next few sessions. So in each and every package, the artifacts, the main artifacts are integration flows and the value mappings. Now, what is an now look at what the integration flow has. Let me find out a good one.
Srini, how we will come to know which one to use? Is that like our company will tell, or like we should have knowledge on this?
So the each and every package, I mean, if it is a standard package, it will be provided with the documentation here.
Okay.
In the documentation section, you can download these PDF documents, or it will give you the help links. So in the help links, it will give you the clearly that what is the integration flow need to be used for what purpose. So basically, when you look at the integration flow name, the create opportunity follow-up document in the business suite. So basically the iFlow name, it will tell you most of the functionality. So what it is doing, it is taking from the C4C, the follow-up document data, and is trying to create a follow-up document in a SAP Business Suite. Or if it is not understandable, you can use the documentation available in the package. Then you can understand what it is doing.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you look at this one, the integration flow look like this way. So basically what is in the left handmost side, you will see the what is the sender system, and in the right hand side you can see the receiver system. So it is also have the main integration process which is running inside your integration flow. So that means the what are the steps you define, I mean what are the logic you define, everything is inside this integration process. So this is the only control you have in CPI. So once it is crossed this integration process, for example, here what it is doing, it is preparing an IDoc and it is sending an IDoc to S4. Okay. Once this end step is done in your CPI, doesn't have a control. It will be transferred the data to S4. That means whatever the control you have is inside the CPI process or a integration process, what you're designing. So basically all the logic and transformations, translations, validation, whatever you do, everything will be happening in this integration process. Okay. So there is some advanced topics that if it is a more steps, the integration process are subdivided into the sub process, so that a main integration process can call into the sub integration process. That is nothing but this one. That is nothing but a sub integration process. So we are going to discuss all these topics, but in the simplest format, this integration flow is what is the data comes from sender side and how it is transformed in the integration process, and how and what is the protocol is being used to send into the receiver system. That how the simplistic way you develop or use a standard integration iFlow. Okay, this is how it look like an iFlow. So each integration package will be having an artifacts which called an integration flows, iFlows, and as well as the value mappings. So the value mappings, what you deploy, what I've showed you, these value mapping just existing into the runtime, you can use it in any of the integration flows across your packages, across your landscape, across your CPI landscape. Okay, so this is like a just a lookup table kind of thing. So you give a value and it will return back you the corresponding converted value. So you can use that value mapping in any of the iFlows. So that's why these value mappings are a separate entities, so that in a runtime, any integration flow can access and convert these values, one value to another value. Okay, the other section will be having the documents. If it is a standard content, the SAP will be uploading a note values or a PDF documents or a URLs so that you can directly go there and find out what is the information it has. Okay, so and there is a tags. The tags are used to identify, I mean, in the first phase you can look at how you the line of business, the product. So these tags are used to mostly filter or easily find out your packages. So if you're developing a package, you want to host into the SAP Cloud Platform Discover page. So you need to have this, all the sections are properly filled, and you need to hand it over to SAP. SAP will be having a review, and if they approve, then only it will is visible in the Discover page. Okay, so what it means, you are working on some standard standard package kind of thing, which can be used for other customers or across the globe. So you want to host that into SAP Cloud Platform Discover page. So you need to
I'm
properly.
sorry to disturb you. The screen is not visible.
Who is this? Hello.
It is visible. It is visible for me. For me, it's yeah. I'm able to see your tags.
Tags, right? Tag
Yeah,
section. Sashi,
I'm
you
able to
can
see.
look at it.
Yeah, I'm able to.
Okay, Murari, you.
Yes, I am also able to look at it.
Okay, okay, that's fine.
Internet problem on their side.
Yeah. Okay. So in the tag section, you need to properly fill what is the product are used and what are the keywords you are going to given to easily find out your package in the Discover and the line of business. So the package what you are design in your from the scratch, if you develop the package, if you develop the iFlows, these will be visible to your cloud platform only. I mean, to your CPI services. It won't be visible in the Discover page. So you need to send these packages to SAP. SAP will also test it their side and they will approve it. Then they will host into the Discover page. But whatever the package you develop, it will be a custom requirements most of the time. So it will be visible to you, and you can run it on your CPI services by your own. Okay, this is a standard package for the cloud for customer, the C4C integration. It has so many iFlows. You can go into the documents and find out what is doing. If the best practices guide is available, they will in the best practice guide they will clearly tell you what is a flows and what is a business processes it support and how you configure step by step. Everything will be, they will be giving it here, or they will be having a PDF documents available in this page. So let's go back to Discover page. So here most of the packages, whatever the packages 202 package what we are looking at, most of the packages are SAP developed, but also there are some companies will be developing. Let me take it out, the filters. Okay, there are also different companies are developing the use packages. Let's like SAP. If you see here, the packages what we are seeing on the Discover 303 packages, most of the time it developed by SAP only. But also there are some other companies, they are also developing packages. You can see those packages. Yeah, you can see the emblem who is developed, and if you go into the inside this package, you will understand what they're doing and other things. So in the same way, Advanco is another company who also creates packages which will be used for different purposes. So if you see here, Sugar CRM adapter, Salesforce adapter, Salesforce integration, Microsoft Dynamic integration, all this one developed by Advanco. So it is in partnership with SAP and Advanco. So that's why both emblems are available. So you can just go into this one, and the artifacts are not visible because these are not licensed or not licensed to the our tenant. That's why the artifacts are not visible. So you need to, for some of the third-party vendor packages, you need to have the license. You need to pay the license, extra license cost, use the standard packages like Advanco. Then only you can see this artifacts and documents inside this one. Okay, then only you can visible, then you can copy it into your page to work on it. So let's go back to SAP. So I'm taking one of the package what we're looking at. So you know that, okay, you looked at these documents and you find it out, okay, this package is used for my business requirement or my integration requirement. So then you can go to this button and click on this copy package. Come on. It will be copied into your working environment. Working environment is nothing but it is a design page. Okay. So I mean, somebody, since it is a demo system, somebody has already copied the same package into the design section. So you can just create a, you say create a copy, and I say you can give whatever the prefix or suffix, so that it will be copied into a different package name. Ideally, when you click on a copy, it will be copied with the exact name into your design page. So package is copied into your design page. So now look into the, sorry.
Srini.
Yep.
It's okay. Actually, I missed how to that. Where do I get that option to copy? Okay, you can send me. You can show me later.
You missed it. Let me show you.
I think there was some. Actually, there is. So there's some pop-up. So I was just removing the pop-up, and that went off.
So here I will show you. Again. So here in the design page. So it is a design page. I will show you back again. So once a package is copied, as I given as 3123 as a suffix, it is copied into your design package, design mode. Okay, you are in a design section now. So in the design section, you can just open it. Here you can see edit, export, and delete package options, and also you can go to the artifacts. Then so you can open the any integration flow based on the name, and you can find it out what is it doing. Then you can integration flow, open it, and you can click on configure. The configure in the sense you are not changing the flow, but you are configuring the user ID, passwords, URLs. All these things will be configure section. Once you configure them, then you can click on the deploy. Then it will go and sit in the runtime. It is running. So then you can use a C4C and do some activity. It will kick the message to CPI. CPI will receive and change it, and it will form an IDOC. Then it will send it IDOC to S4. So unless you deploy it into the runtime, it is not usable. This is just a piece of a development code until you deploy into the runtime. So since you have copied this package into your custom package into the design section, you can also edit the standard contents. Okay, there is a disadvantage if you edit this package or edit this iflow, for example. Okay, you have added some more validation and some more functionality based on your integration requirement. Then in the future, if SAP released a update for the same integration flow, when you update, it will overwrite all your custom changes, or you cannot update the SAP provided update into your this iflow. There are the two possibilities. So the main advantage of using a standard packages from SAP is that regularly they will release a patches or a updates given to the customers, so that the integration works as expected, or it will work as a best it run, best performance, or a bug fixes. All these things will be happening. These they will be releasing an updates. Okay, these update will come into this package, and it will overwrite whatever the custom modifications you do, or you cannot update that update which is there in the standard content. Both are the possibility available, because whatever, based on whatever the changes, how complex you develop, you can choose whether you want to stick with your development, or you want to override with your SAP standard content. Okay, we will anyhow go into the deeper discussion later. So how it will be looked is, if it is a standard content available, let me show it to you. So if you see here, the package is imported way long before. Later SAP has released the latest update, so you can see in your design page itself the update is available. So you need not to go find out yourself that what is whether the update is available by the standard content or not. Once the package is in the design page, you can also have this feed that what update is available in this package. Once you go into this package, you can also look at whichever the integration flow is updated, or whichever not is been updated by SAP. So if you go into the artifacts page, okay, so if you see here, this package, this standard integration flow is modified by somebody, but SAP is also suggesting SAP has a update for this standard interface. Okay, if you have not modified, if you see here, it will show you unmodified, and it will give you green symbol saying update is available. So you can update this integration flow. And if you modified it, if you added some more functionality to standard interface in integration flow, it will tell you it is modified by you, but also it will tell you whether the standard update is available from SAP or not. By this
I
way,
have a
you can
question.
identify. Mhm.
So like it's suppose if you have modified it and you have
Mhm.
already deployed it,
Mhm.
so when there is an update available, you will get an error, right?
No. So you will see all these things in the design page itself. The runtime artifact, I mean the runtime integration flow is not going to hamper, it is not going to be changed.
Okay.
Okay, these are the package specific updates. The package
Okay.
specific update in the sense you are using a standard content provided by SAP, and you have deployed it here for your integration requirement. Okay, these updates are specific to that package and the particular integration flow. It will be showing it into the your package in the design page. Okay,
Okay.
it is not going into your runtime. It is not going to update your runtime
Okay.
integration flows. So if you have deployed integration flow 2 months back in your production landscape, or I mean integration services, it will be running as it is today also.
Okay.
But SAP is giving a hint that, okay, you have a updated available from SAP. It
Okay.
doesn't update, it is not updated yet into your system, into your copied package. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah. So once you open the integration iFlow, you will see what you developed, what you deployed it. Okay, so in the package back, if you see here, there is a button update package. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so you click on this update package, then only these things are going to come back in update mode. Then only it will be updated again. You need to configure them and you need to deploy them again. Then only the runtime artifact will be updated. Until unless you deploy it, it is not going to do anything your runtime. Okay, so this is how you can use the standard packages. And also I will show you back again that how can you copy it. System is a bit slow because it is a demo system. I mean, so many people are working in my company. So I'm going back into the discover page again to show you the how can we do the package again. Okay, so once you select, I mean, you can filter out based on the findings, and you can filter out. Once you filtered out, you open the package.
Mhm.
Once you open the package, you will have a copy button here.
Okay.
Okay, once you click on copy, what will happen? It will try to copy this package with the same name into your design page. So if it is already existing, it will automatically copy it with the same name. Okay,
Okay.
if somebody already copied, if it is somebody is already copied, let's say I will click copy again.
Into the
It
same
will give you
environment.
the, yeah, in the same environment.
Okay.
In the same environment, now you have a message saying that already package is available in the even in your workspace in the your design page. So
Okay.
it is giving you two option, either you overwrite the package or create a copy of it.
Okay.
Okay, you can click on any of them and you give a suffix. If it is a create a copy, you need to give a suffix and it will copy it with the set package name as I shown you previously into your design page. Or if you click on overwrite, it will overwrite the existing package which is already there in the design phase in the workspace. It will overwrite everything. Even if you modified something, it will overwrite.
Okay.
So you need to be careful which button you need to select.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. Okay. Nice.
So, but which
So
one is best? I mean, like, suppose if like if I want to, I mean, again do it, shall I overwrite or shall I create a copy?
so if it is a standard package, you have not done anything. Ideally, overwrite, it doesn't have any meaning to do overwrite, because if the package is already in your workplace, okay, then in the design page itself, you can see the whether the update is available or not.
Okay.
You can update that package into the
There.
latest version there. There is no
Okay.
point you overwrite basically in a practical situations. You need to
Okay.
create a copy because you want to see what is the differences between the existing package in your landscape or in the previous version and what is the latest version. Then you can create a copy with a suffix and you work on it and you deploy the latest version and you delete or archive your the older package. This is how the practical way you do it.
Okay.
See, one question.
Mhm,
Just wanted to know, is there any scenario like that? You also copied the same one. I also copied the same with a different name, but the
mhm,
same package, and you are
mhm,
working on your changes on that, and I
mhm.
am working on with my own changes in the same in that whatever I copied. Right? Both are both. Can we keep both? And it will be connected to a different system or same. Is there any scenario like that you come across before, or is it a kind of hypothetical? I'm just talking.
So, I mean, basically, if it is it is in a hypothetical situation. However, in a least chances you will get these kind of situations here. Some other developer is working on the same package. You are also working on the same package. Yeah. So,
Okay.
whatever the modification you do or other developer do, both the packages, both the changes, you can keep it into the design time.
Okay, separately we can keep it. Yours also, the changes whatever you have done, it will be there. It will be available
Uh,
in your copy. My changes will be available
yes.
in my copy, right? It will be available.
In your yeah, in your copy, yes, exactly. But in the runtime, when you're deploying it, you need to be careful who is deploying it and what are the changes are effective and which systems you are connecting it.
Okay, and the copies are different, right? When your copy is different, my copy is different. So can we deploy both also? Is it possible? I mean, is there? I'm sorry again. It's a kind of
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, your question is valid. So each artifact have a artifact name.
okay.
Okay. So each artifact having a artifact name. So this artifact name will decide whether it is going to overwrite in the runtime or it is going to deploy. So if you're changing on if you both are changing the same iflow or
Ah,
a same kind of iflow, for example. So you need to make sure your naming convention defines that what is this integration flow does, right? You're connecting to a different system, he is connecting to a different system, right? So you need to be careful while you're designing or renaming this artifacts, so that you will understand which artifact is running in the runtime and which system is going to connect. You understand
okay.
my point, right? So the
I got it.
artifact name will be decided, need to be decided while you're deploying it.
Okay, so by keeping a different artifact name, these objects we can
so,
differentiate that this is different,
so
that is different. Do not collide. Both
so
do not collide. Right?
yeah, if you go into the artifact into the iflow, you will have a id. Basically in the background these id matters, so you need to be careful of deciding the names and ids of these ones. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions about this package copy and other things? Yeah, this is a basic thing. We'll go into the working again. So I want to make you acquainted with the pages and other things before I go into the real thing. Okay, so once you configure this package and click a deploy in the iFlow, this iFlow comes into these pages and deployed into the runtime, so in the runtime of services. So you can go into this monitor section in the operation overview, they call it, we call it as a monitoring page. Okay, so in this page, you come to this page and you can see how many integration contents are nothing but how many iflows plus value mappings are running in the runtime or deployed into the runtime. So how many are successfully running? I mean, without any error, they are running on the runtime. They are deployed successfully onto the runtime, and there are some errors in the deployment or runtime for 13 artifacts. Okay, this is the manage integration content package. If you by mistake deployed a wrong iflow or you don't want to deploy that iflow, you can go to this package into this section and you can click on undeploy. It will go out of from the runtime simply. Come on, 600 things will be loading. So you can click on this undeploy artifact. It will be going out of the runtime. So if you come onto the Ori page, it is a bit slow.
Even though if it is configured, that will not hamper anything that undeploy. I mean,
So basically, you're undeploying means you don't want to run that interface anymore.
yeah, but initially we deployed, we configured something, and again, if you're undeploying means, so it's a disconnecting something, right? So it will not have any impact,
Yeah.
right? I'm just trying to understand that.
Yeah, it won't in the design page, whatever you mention the details in the configure, whatever edition, those will be staying in your workspace, nothing but in your design package. Okay, once you click on a deploy in your package, it will come and sit into the runtime. It will be running in the runtime.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So
So for
yeah,
So
go
for
ahead. Sorry.
example, you have given a user ID, passwords, you have given a URL and everything in your configure while you configure into the design page. Okay,
Correct.
you saved it. But when you run a C4C will send a message to CPI. CPI won't run the interface until you click on deploy and come into this picture.
Okay. Like green.
Yeah, like green. Yeah, until you come into this one, it won't run. Even if you give the URL and passwords and everything, you have to deploy it. In the same way, when you undeploy it, the interface will be not there in the runtime. So other system will send the message. The other system will receive error that we cannot accept your message like that.
Okay, it won't reach to CPI at all.
It will reach to CPI. CPI will reject it. You cannot see in this page at all. Yeah. The
Because
first
the error
case you
message,
cannot see the press. Yeah.
yeah, error message captured in the source system itself, not in CPI. So we'll not
Exact.
know that it came here and it sends back. Nothing like that. We'll not
We
aware of
can,
it.
yeah, we can see that in a system log files and audit system log files. If you want
Okay.
to really want to look at it, whether it came to CPI or not, you can see the system logs. But in the normal, these sections, you cannot see it
Okay.
until unless the iflow is in the runtime.
This is applicable whichever we deploy it first and make the settings and undeployed it, right? For that.
Yes. Yeah, anything for any page.
Okay.
So for example, your deployed iflow, okay, it is in a green, but when you send a sender sending a message, okay, they're getting some error, okay, but you cannot see that message processing in the message processing sections. How can you make sure it is reaching to CPI or not? Okay,
Okay.
the system logs will be used in such a cases that you cannot see anything in the normal sections. Everything looks fine, but system logs will tell you what is the exact thing happened. Okay,
Oh,
so for example, if the firewall is not properly configured in the source system, they are saying we are sending a message, we are getting an error, but you cannot see any errors here.
okay.
Okay, in that case, you can go into the system logs and see that okay, your message is not at all reaching into the CPI after looking at the system logs, and you can say that your IP is not visible in the system logs. So the source system has to check their firewalls, network settings, and everything. They need to make sure that that message is going out of their network. Then you can see the system log will be helpful to identify that message actually coming into the CPI. Then it will come into this section, message processing section. It will go on.
Okay. Fine. I got
Okay.
it. Thank you.
Yeah. The system logs in used in a different way. So these are the two sections. Will tell you what is the messages are processed, what is the error, and what are the successfully completed messages. Okay. These are the main two things. You can add your own tiles, saying that you can select a particular artifact. Come on. Yeah, you can select your particular artifact, and you can select a time frame, past week, past month, past minute, and you can select the status: failed, retry, completed, processing, and escalated. Yeah, based on these settings, the other so for example, this is a past hour, right? I want to look at the past month for all the artifacts. So if I click OK, the other tile will be created. For all the statuses, there are these number of messages for the past month. So you can configure these tiles for your own statistics, and you can design this page. Okay, the other sections are like manage security, manage data stores, and everything. I will give you tomorrow overview. Again, we will discuss for some more other features. You can ask any queries. We can quickly discuss and close the session for today.
Sri, you said you will be showing the HANA Cloud Platform.
Yeah, I will be showing it. So if you don't have any questions, I just stop the recording. Yep.
Yeah, no problem.
So Srini, one more thing, like, will you be sending this recording to us, or like how it is, or this is only for your own?
No. These will be saving into the cloud. These Go Meeting cloud. Shanmukh will be facilitating this to you.
Okay, fine.
From the, because this entire infrastructure is maintained by him, so he will be sharing the detail. I mean, the on a cloud drive or somewhere, he will dump it and he will give it to you every
Okay.
couple of days. Yeah.
Okay.
So I will pause the recording.
This conference will now be recorded.
Hi, Sri. Good morning. I'm just trying to reach Murari.
Okay, I think you're the only person joined today.
And the other person, this is somebody. He's also regular, right? He's or only yesterday.
Yeah, he will be coming. Your friend Murari, right?
Yeah. He is Murari. The problem is he is in Dubai actually. He's in Dubai project, so timing is different. I just called him.
Okay. Okay, fine. There is. Okay, we'll give a couple of minutes. Otherwise, we'll start.
Sure. Yeah.
Hi, Shri.
Hi, Shashi. Yeah.
Sorry, little late.
No, it's okay. We are waiting for one more guy. Just wait a couple of minutes, otherwise we'll quick kickstart that. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Let's start then. Okay. So yesterday we were talking about this monitoring section or operations view page. Okay. So in this one, as we discussed yesterday, the first section always talks about how many integration flow messages has been transferred and how much failed and how many are in a retry position. So you can also add a couple of the tiles based on your, you can just look at only one artifact details. For example, if you have a, priority based priority one interfaces, priority one I flows, so you want always to be monitored. So you can add the specific tile to here for a specific I flow. You can select the I flow here. I mean, here it is artifact is nothing but an I flow, or we call it as an interface in a normal language. So you can select any of these artifact and just tell that, okay, past 24 hours, how it is how it is doing and all these things. Come on, sorry. The session is being recorded, right? So once you add the tile here, if you see the tile, it comes and it will automatically tell you the the specific iFlow messages. So you can, like that, you can configure the tiles and you can also monitor the specific artifacts as well. Okay, so let's delete
I
this
mean,
one.
can I put some alerts here? I mean, like if I want to put alert for any interface that is artifact,
Uh,
I can do it right
so
here
the
on right without.
no, there is no alert concept by default in CPI.
Mhm.
So in iFlow, there is a sub process. You can create exceptional sub process we call. So entire iFlow, if any error happens, that exceptional sub process will trigger, and there you can configure if you want to send a mail or if you want to send a log file or somewhere, you can do that. So it is up to the sub process, up to the integration process design. It is not an overall mechanism in the CPI tenant that you will just get an alert for whatever the file. It won't. So you have to configure the iFlows based on your requirement or design your iFlows basically. Clearly
Okay.
said, you can create exceptional sub process. So we will discuss that exceptional sub process. It is nothing but you will create a one sub process in a main integration process of a iFlow. There you can create a exceptional sub process. If whatever failure is happen inside the normal iFlow, it automatically triggers.
Okay.
So we will go into the detail, but that is specific to the interface design what you're doing. It is not to the overall CPI tenant. Okay. So here you can configure the message processing statistics and the message and the manage your integration contents as well. So here it will tell you how many interfaces are on deployed into the runtime and how many are started, that means successfully on runtime deployed and running, and some of them are in an error state. Okay, so you understand, right? These two sections, what is the difference between these two? So the first one talks about how many messages flowed in through the all of the interfaces or specific interfaces what you configure here, that will be displayed here. This second section is talks about how many interfaces or iFlow, or in CPI language, how many artifacts you have um, deployed into
Created.
the runtime. Sorry.
Okay, got it. So the second one is like how many artifacts have been deployed, and the
Yes.
first one is like just the reports, the last are reports.
Yeah, it is messages. How many messages are
Messages, how many
traveled
messages?
through the through CPI? Okay, there are. I'm going to the further session,
Yes.
further sections down. Sorry, go on. Somebody asking question?
No.
Okay. Okay. So the another section will be here is a managed security. So in the managed security section, this is not a statistical overview. This is a actual maintenance of your security content on the runtime of a HCI tenant or CPI tenant. So what it meant. So managed security content has a different things here. The first one, security material, key stores, and certificate to user mapping. These three, the first three are talks about your authentication mechanism related, and TLS handshake protocol related materials will be there here. Okay, the JDBC data source are nothing but if you want to connect any JDBC data source from CPI content, you just need to create a data source here, then you need to utilize that into a iFlow. We will go to that a little bit later. For the first three talks about the security material like user ID, password, certificates, and certificate user mappings. All this will be done in the first three sections. And the third section, and this one is talks about JDBC data source. And the fourth one is talks about the connectivity test. So let's let's first look at the what is connectivity test. Okay, so the connectivity test will have different areas. The last three are mail servers. So SMTP, IMAP, and POP3. These are the three different protocols you can communicate to any mailbox or a mail server. Okay, and the TLS is nothing but HTTP or a SOAP web services. You can use a TLS section to look at and try to check whether it is able to connect it or not. So the whole test connectivity will give you the functionality that before you configure the iFlow, before you configure or design your iFlow, you can come here and check whether CPI is able to establish a connection to that particular HTTP source or a mailbox sources. Yeah, mailbox servers. So the TLS will talks about will give you the functionality to connect HTTP protocol to test the HTTP URLs or a SOAP URLs or a REST web service URLs, and the SSH is will give you the SFTP server. You can use this to connect and check whether the SFTP server is accepting your connection or CPI is able to reach the SFTP server or not. And the last three are SMTP, IMAP, POP3. These three are talks about mail servers. These are the three different protocols used to connect mail servers. So it depends on which mail server you are connecting and what is the mail server capability, how it is accepting the connection. Based on that, you will be selecting either any of these three protocols to communicate with the mail server. So use this SMTP, for example. You will give the host of that mail server and what is the port it is using to communicate SMTP connection, and also you will give the protection layer, whether it is a none or this thing, and the authentication mechanism, and credentials. You can give the credentials and click on send. It will go and check whether the SMTP server what you are given here can be reached, can be authenticated, can be look at the mailbox. This will check and give you the result in the this side here in the blank. Okay, so the TLS is about your HTTP connections or a HTTP URLs, and the SSH is about SFTP. SFTP is a file server kind of, is a secured file transfer protocol. SFTP meant to be, so it will be used to connect the file server kind of thing. And the SMTP, IMAP, POP3, all these three will be used for mailbox configuration. So this test connectivity will be useful when you do the design, of integration. Before you can test the connectivity and raise a queries with your third-party vendor who is giving a servers, parallelly you can design your interface. Normally what will happen, you have to develop something in the iFlow and test the iFlow, then only you will understand what is the connectivity errors and other things. Until unless you design iFlow, you cannot do the test connectivity. So CPI, the SAP has last year introduced this test connectivity concept, so that before you design iFlow, you can just check the connectivity from CPI to other servers. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So the coming to the security material back, the security material has as an, this is also called I mean in the CPI language, these people are also called um, credentials. So in this credential, in the security material, we have, you can store different types of credentials in the sense, if you look at any other integration module or any other way, you just need to configure user ID and passwords in the direct interface or a direct configuration for that particular integration. But in the CPI, they have given a functionality that you can store the user ID password in a secure area. That means the security material area, then you can reuse this one in a future in the sense all the integration iFlow. So for example, I am using a user ID and credentials. Okay, test creds. Okay, I'm just giving a arbitrary name or auxiliary name for this user ID and password. Okay, and you can give some testing to, you can give some description to identify what it is. Okay, and the type of credentials you can select whether it is a open connectors one, success factors one, or a normal user credentials. If it is a success factor one, it will be asking the user company ID as well. But if it is a user credential, normal user ID password, any normal user ID password, you can use the user ID credentials and give a user test or whatever, and give a password, test 123 and test 123. So once you deploy this one, it will go and deploy it into your runtime, integration runtime. Okay, once this is deployed, you can use this name in any iFlow to use this user ID and password. So in the normal iFlow, when you're designing your iFlow, the iFlow doesn't give you option of directly giving you user ID and password there. So you have to come here, you have to create your credentials in this section, and you can create, you can just store your user ID and password here, and you can use this arbitrary name or auxiliary name, and you can use it in any iFlow which is relevant. So there is an advantage of doing this credential in the security content in the future. For example, you have created around 10 interfaces to a particular system, to a particular ECC box, for example, ECC user ID and password, this one. So you have created 10 different interfaces for ECC to connect or fetch or update any data. This will have, obviously you will be having ideally you will be having one user ID and password to connect ECC box. right? So in the future, somebody has reset that password. So what will happen? You ideal case, normally in other integration products, you have to go to each and every interface. You have to open it. You have to change that password, update the password, and make the interfaces run. But in CPI, you just need to come to here and update the password into this security arbitrary name once. All whatever the iFlows are using this user ID and password, this will be affected everywhere. So there are a bit advantages of doing it, and also the user ID and password normally doesn't no need to give it to the developers. The administrator can come into this page and create a user ID and password. I mean, update, add the user ID and password here, and give a auxiliary name to developer. Then developer just use that arbitrary name in the iFlows. So it is not required to share the common or user ID and password with the developers or a technical people. This is all. These are some advantages of doing it. So like this one, there are many different credentials. You can store it here. These are the different credentials. Known host is one of the file which will be used for SFTP connections, and auth2 is a credentials is a new era of authentication mechanism instead of user ID and password. And PGP encryption, PGP public key and secret keying. These both are being used for encrypting of a data using a PGP encryption modules. So if it is a sensitive data, you will be using an encryption module to encrypt the data transferred between source to target. This PGP encryption things will be used. While doing the PGP encryption, you need to store some of the certificates into the security content in this page. So these two are used for PGP encryption. And the security parameters are nothing but, other than the user ID and passwords, you need to store some secured details, like some HTTP header values or some SOAP header values. You can store the secure parameters into this section other than user ID and passwords. So if it is a user ID and password, you need to use this user ID and password and store it here, and use that credential name in the iFlows. So while doing it, we will be doing all these things, and we can look at those ones. And this.
Ashish, one question. Yeah, this user credentials, right? Just want to clarify that. In the system which we are trying to connect, that user ID and password, we are accelerating, as we are making it auxiliary here, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, obviously the user ID and passwords which are connected from CPI to other systems.
Yeah,
third-party system.
Third-party system, whether ECC or something else. When we did that system,
yes,
ID,
yes.
I mean the user ID password, right?
Yes, yes. So ideally, when you do the iDocs, for example, you will create one RFC destination, and you will create RFC user ID and password, right, in a app.
Correct.
Yes, that
Yes.
RFC user ID and password, you are storing it in the RFC destination, right?
Correct.
So in the same way, CPI also, we have to create some kind of destination, or we need to configure the ECC RFC user ID and password to make a connection. Those kind of things will be stored in this security material once. Then you can reuse it in the multiple iFlows, multiple interfaces, basically.
Yeah, that part I got it. Yeah.
So it is basically the user ID passwords of system connectivity from CPI to other systems, not a user credentials, basically.
Understood. Yeah.
Okay. So the next thing is a key store. The key store is, so if anyone has a experience or knowledge about HTTP connections on a HTTPS connections, basically in the HTTPS connections, you will be having there is some security certificates exchange will happen on a HTTP protocol. If I give a vague example, So if I'm using any banking site, okay. So if I use a banking, if I'm opening this banking site on the web browser, for example, in this web browser here, if you have you ever look at the certificate information on this one? So how the system knows, or how the system will understand this is a say this is authenticated or it is a original site. People can make duplicate sites with the same page and same content, but they cannot change the certificate of a server which is transferring the data directly to my browser from HDFC. For example, this bank site I am accessing from the browser. From there, the server will be giving a certificate to this browser saying that, okay, this is a certificate and this is the browser content. Then automatically in the browser, if I open this for the clear understanding, I will be opening it into the Internet Explorer. So when you open this when you open this any of the site, the website identification will be given to browser. So what will happen if you have a firewall or an antivirus installed in your system, or normally what will happen, this browser will check the certificate is really authenticated to HDFC Bank or somebody else is doing it or mocking it. So automatically the information will be displayed in this section. So what it means is that when I'm accessing this site, the server, the bank server will be sending that HTTPS certificates, or in precise we call TLS certificates. The TLS certificates will be sent to your browser, so that in our laptop or a local machine it can be verified and authenticated that, okay, this is a authorized service I am accessing. So this is just a concept of how to secure your HTTP websites, or I mean website or HTTP connections. So that's why we call every time we see HTTPS in this kind of secured sites. Okay, so in the same way, the CPI is also verify this HTTP connection while it is making a HTTP connection to outside of the world. Outside of the world means any other third-party web services or HTTP services, anything. When it is establishing a connection to other third-party service, it will verify those certificates because it is TLS enabled, CPI TLS enabled system. Uh, always we need to do the HTTPS connections only. We cannot do the HTTP connections. So this HTTP, while doing the HTTP connection, HTTP or the HTTPS protocol, it will try to verify those certificates. To verify those certificates and all these things, we need to store those certificates into this managed key store, this page. Okay, that is one use of this managed key store. There is another use of this managed key store is that you will in the authentication mechanism, we have so many varieties of authentications. So it is a basic user ID and password, certificate based authentication, or OAuth2 authentication, and so many other things are there. So in these ones, user ID and password is a basic one that we have already looked at. Other section we can store it user ID and password. In this section we can use a certificate based authentication mechanism, and we can use those certificates and store it here. Okay, once you store your certificates here, you can use the certificates into your iFlows to make certificate based authentication. Okay, these are the two main uses of using this managed key stores. There are also other uses. When we are going into the further level of details, we can also look at other things. Okay. The other thing, is there any question about this one?
No, nothing.
Okay.
But I don't know whether I am your voices started breaking sometime. Whether I don't know, it's only for me or for everybody.
Oh, is it?
No, I don't know. It's only for me or some for others also.
Is it better now or still
It's
it
better.
is?
Now it is fine actually. Yeah.
Oh, okay. No problem. You just let me know. I mean, if you have if you miss something or any other thing, you just let me know. I will
Sure.
make it clear
This
again. There
so
is no
till
issue.
now it's fine. Till now it's fine. No issues. You can go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
We can proceed. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So the other one is that. hmm, Come on, go. So other one is the certificate user mappings. Okay. The certificate user mappings is also similar what I have given. It is also used for certificate based authentication. Okay. This will be used in particular situation where other system is trying to establish a connection to CPI for sending a data. In that case, it will be sending a certificate to CPI to authenticate itself. In that case, the certificate is no is need to map to the particular user in CPI, because we need to know in the CPI whatever the message processing is happening, that has to be tagged with one CPI user. Otherwise, we don't understand who executed it and how it is get executed. So when other system is authenticating to CPI, that means other system is making a connection to CPI. While it is doing a connection, it won't send the user ID and password because it is using a certificate based authentication. It only sends a certificate. So to make a link between the certificate and the CPI user, we will be using this certificate user mapping section to import that certificate and tag to that one particular CPI user, and the message processing will be happening. So at an initial stage, while the system is establishing a connection first, the other third party system will send a certificate instead of user ID and password to CPI. So once a certificate is received in CPI, CP will be checking into this particular area and check whether is there any user is attached to that certificate. If it is attached, okay, it will try to validate the certificate. If the certificate is valid, then it will take that user and start processing the message in the CPI runtime. So that is the use of this certificate user mapping. Okay. Different areas. If you have any, I can answer those ones, but it is a brief introduction for the different areas will be there in this page. In the going into the full details, how we are dealing with this section again and again. So I hope my voice is clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
It's fine.
another one is the next one is the manage stores. Okay. So these managed stores will be used as a a temporary holding areas. So normally in any integration products or other systems, so we need to store some in while doing the integration process, where for the particular time I need to
It's
hold some
breaking.
data for, sorry.
Your voice is breaking.
Just a sec. Just a sec, okay? Okay, I've shared it again, and if you let me know if it is okay or still. I'm audible? Hello?
Yeah. Yes, Sri.
Okay. Is it fine now? You can see the screen and
Yes.
you can,
Screen is
any
fine,
problem?
but audio is, I think, it's kind of scrambled.
My voice is not clear yet, isn't it?
Now it's clear.
Now it's coming clear. When you started again, then I think it's going back.
Okay, give me 1 sec. Sorry. Yep. So I think it will be better. I don't know whether I have everything is fine. It looks fine with my internet as well.
I mean, like
It's okay now.
we can continue
You
if
can continue.
anything.
Yeah. So the other one is the manage stores. So if you want to hold data temporarily in the CPI, you can use this data stores or variables or these two ones. The number ranges are nothing but if you want to have a sequence of numbers to be generated for each run of your iFlow or each message which goes from CPI, you need some numbering. So you can use this number range objects. You can create a number range object, then you can extract a number. So automatically it will increases the number. It is same like in SAP number range objects concept. So you can use this number range object in this CPI. So the data store is the section where you can from the iFlow you can create an entire payload or entire message. You can store the payload into this data store area. You can retrieve it later in the different iFlow or a different interface run. So basically this acts like a small database kind of thing. So you will uh, there are small buckets will be there in this data store. You can name those in that bucket. You can put some data and you can take the data in a different iFlow run. You can also specify the time, how much time it is valid, and after the validation, you can see it tells about like overdue. Okay, what will happen? There is a background residual job will run automatically in CPI. Whatever the overdue messages are there in this data store, there will be automatically deleted. So you need to be careful when you're putting a data store, and you need to design in such a way that the overdue date should not be crossed before you take the data back. So this is just a concept. I will show you in a later session what is the use and how can we use this data stores. the variables. In the
Sri, can you repeat
data,
that because voice started
There's
breaking actually.
continuous distortion in your voice.
yes, I don't know what's the issue. Okay, so I will repeat again. So the data source will be used to hold some data. Hold some data in the sense, if you have a message payload or an XML, full XML, you can store this full XML in this data store, and you can take the XML data later point of time in a same iflow in a different run, or you can take this data from different iflow. Okay. This can be a temporary data.
Can't hear you.
No.
Shri.
You can't. Yeah. Okay. Let me one thing. Just a second. Rejoin again. Okay. Hi. Sorry. Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Sri.
Yeah, we can hear you now at this moment, Sri.
Okay. Could you, I think I given the organizer roles to you. Could you give me the presenter role me back?
Yeah, I have provided you the presenter role back already.
There are two things are showing here on Sri, but can you see two names? Sri on the list.
Yeah, yeah, I can see Sri has two names. One is through web and
Give it,
second one is presenter organizer.
give it to the other presenter
Now I
for
can't
the
make any changes, Sri. It is not showing now.
something is just give me a moment. Sorry for that. Hello.
See,
Sorry,
no problem.
I have a problem with my internet and the laptop. Okay, both at the same time. So, anybody having an organizer role apart from them?
No, Sri, we don't have the organizer role.
Okay, I think again my internet connectivity is getting lost. Sorry for that. I will go and fix it. We will connect back tomorrow at the same time.
Okay.
I don't want to waste your time to keep on hold. Okay. So sorry, I really apologize. My local internet connection is not working properly. You can see still the connection is getting down back again.
That's okay, no problem. She, nothing to
Yeah. So I will continue tomorrow at the same time.
Okay.
She, can you
Yeah.
give your contact details or your number or your email ID first?
Yeah, sure. I asked Shanmugh to okay, just on the line. I'll ping you. I'll ping you my number. So if anyone can create a WhatsApp group or
I'll do.
give you if you give your number, so I can also do that. Let me ping my name number first.
In the chat, can I ping my number? I'll ping my number in the chat.
Yeah, ping me all of you 3 numbers. I just created right away. Um, session. Just I'm noting down numbers. So all the what numbers, right?
Yes.
So Mora, you have given a number. What is the country code of it? It's a Indian number. Mari? Hello.
Yeah, it's an Indian number.
Indian number only, right? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, sorry for that. I think again my internet down speed. So sorry for that. I will go on. Will continue. I'm
Okay.
I'm sure it. Yeah. Sorry for that.
Yeah.
Yep, fine.
Okay. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Yeah. Have a
Bye.
Okay. So in the page now, if you can see it, the CPI train, this package is created. We can go into this package. Now we can see how the overview has been created with the description and the package ID and the other things, and it is also have the documents displayed in this page. And also you can specify the tags at any point of time if you want. You can just click on edit here. Here the edit link will be there. You can just click edit and you can edit the details of this package. Okay, so I'm clicking on edit now. If I click on the artifacts, and the artifacts, now we can create different of artifacts. The main artifacts we concentrated on the CPI is that integration flow and the value mapping. Okay, as I shown earlier, the value mapping is just to do the mapping from one value to the different values. You can create a value mapping there. The main thing we create mainly focuses on how we create an integration flow inside this one in this package. And the other things are also available here, the data integration and the OData services. Okay, the data integration is not fully implemented with CPI now. So this is for the CPI DS, that is a separate login, and it will be the separate thing. In the future, SAP wants to merge it into inside this one. That's why this dropdown is available. And the OData services, and recently the OData services are also hosted onto the CPI, so that you can build the OData service inside the CPI, and you can expose it as an API to the other system. Okay, so previously in the on-premise, if you are acquainted with the OData service, you need to have a SAP NetWeaver gateway system in the on-premise landscape. So this NetWeaver gateway system will give you the chance to create a gateway services, OData services. With basically, this OData services can be consumed inside a UFI application, UFI or Fury applications. Excuse me. So in the same way, in the CPI, nowadays everything is moving into the cloud. So now SAP is also came up with the concept of OData service can be built on CPI landscape. So in the CPI, you can host this OData API, and other UI5 applications or any other system can directly access the OData. It acts like an API. Okay, the OData service can be built, and this OData service can be connected to the backend RFCs or a normal SOAP services kind of thing. So the external world, it will be a OData service. In the backend, it can be connected to the multiple things. We will look into the end of our course how the OData services can be built on the CPI. So now we are looking. Sorry, go on.
Sri, can you repeat that? Sorry, one more time actually. OData service.
So the OData service, what is OData service you're saying?
No, not that. The one you explained now, right? How same thing. So just same thing.
Yeah.
CPI side.
So the OData service acts like it acts like just a API. So the OData service can be built on the CPI landscape, same like in a SAP NetWeaver gateway system on-premise. So the NetWeaver gateway system in the on-premise will give a chance to generate or develop a OData service. This OData service can be connected to UI5 applications or a Fury applications. Okay, now everything is moving into the cloud. So SAP is also giving an opportunity to do the same OData service development in CPI as well. So we can use the Fury applications, or we can use it in the UI5 applications on a cloud. So this OData service can be connected to RFC in the backend, or a web services or a SOAP services in the backend. But external world, it will be like a OData service for them.
Yeah, so my understanding is that whatever package we are building here, for example, whatever it is, so we are giving it as a OData service to the world.
No. If you are using a OData service as an artifact, So if you can see my screen, right, there are four
Yeah,
artifacts. Yeah. So if you are building an OData service, it can be given to a other system as a OData service. If it is in an integration flow, it will be in an interface.
yeah, that's what. So if it is OData, if we select as OData service, it will be used as a OData service from the outside world. That
Yeah,
package,
outside.
whatever we are creating,
No, no,
right?
no.
That package,
In the
whichever the flows.
in the package, yeah, the package can be contains multiple things, integration flows and OData services. So these artifacts what we create inside this package can be individually consumed. The package is only just a folder kind of thing. You're bundling it together.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, selective one, whichever you want to give as
Yeah,
OData.
yeah. So if it is for example, you have developed 5 integration flows and 2 OData services. Okay. So external world, for the other system, you will give only the relevant integration flow or a OData service to they can consume it. Only one or two, whichever is applicable for them. Okay, but in the
Understood.
yeah, but we are just bundling it together so that we will understand what this whole bunch of artifacts are doing it.
Okay, yeah.
So if in the ABAP, for example, you create a package, you create a developments inside that one, right? Each individual object can be given a different functionality inside ABAP. But however, the package will give you the understanding that, okay, whole bunch of these developments give you a certain functionality, certain business process. In the same way, this package is also works in the same way here.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's click on this integration flow. I just want to add one integration flow into this package. Okay, you just need to click on add and select a integration flow. Here it will be giving us a two options. One is create, another one is a upload. Okay, upload, the upload functionality, upload will be used if you have developed any integration flow or any artifact outside of the world. I mean, sorry, outside of the system, outside in the system. In the mains, you have a two different tenants. One is for the testing, another one is for the production, for example. Okay, you have created an artifact there. You want that artifacts to be here in this system, as in this CPI tenant as well. So you can export from the iflow or artifact from there, and you can upload here as well. So in the later session, I will show you how you can export the artifact and how you can import into a CPI tenant as well. Okay. So first we are looking at a create page only. In the create, you can just write name of first iflow demo. Okay, first iflow demo, and I have just selected a product profile. Here it is asking the product profile. Why? Because in the future this iflow what we are developing can be used in SAP PIPO on premise or cloud platform. Now we just select a cloud platform integration. It is for only for CPI. If it is developed for SAP PIPO, you need to select based on the what is the SP level of on-premise system. uh, I mean, forget it now for the time being. Once you understand the whole CPI concepts, then you will be able to look into this one. So just leave the product profile as SAP Cloud Platform, which will be automatically defaulted. Okay, you just give the for any description you want to, you can give the description and click on OK. So automatically it will, when you click on OK, the first iflow demo is created here with a blank. Okay, so when you click on this one, the iflow page will be open. It is a bit slow. Okay, Now you can see the iFlow page, right? There is a sender and receiver on both boxes.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
we
are
are
able
able
to.
to.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. I thought I lost the connection. So yeah. So here this page will be loaded once you create iFlow, or you can click on any iFlow name in the package. Automatically this page will come up. In this one, there are different sections will be there. In the above, there is edit, configure, deploy, and delete. Okay, so these are self-explanatory. So edit will give you can edit the iFlow, you can change the iFlow and everything. When you click on a configure, it will give you the chance to just configure the adapter parameters, or like a communication channel parameters kind of thing. It's like, for example, if you change the URLs or user ID and password, certificate names, all these things are configurable parameters inside a CPI. So when you click on configure, these are the only things in editable mode. You cannot change this integration process if it is in a configure. Okay, if you are in edit mode, you can change everything on this iFlow. Okay, so once you develop it, everything is done. If you want to test it, or you want to make it runtime you want to just send this into the runtime, you just need to click on this deploy button here. Yeah, then if you don't want this iFlow anymore, you just need to delete. You can use this delete button. Okay, so when the first iFlow will be loaded, it automatically blank iFlow. It automatically has the sender as this box and the receiver is as this box, and the in between the integration process. This is the main integration process block. Here you can see the start and end message. In between these two steps, we will be doing all the translations, transformations, validations, encryptions, decryptions. All these things will be done in this between start to end message itself, because the start to end message only the controllable thing in the CPI. Once the message is crossed from the end step, it will be trying to go into the receiver. That means the receiver should be receiving the message. So it will be in the network level. It is going out of the CPI runtime. In the same way, in the sender side, the message, when the sender sends the message, it will be come to the CPI. Once the message is received successfully in the CPI, then the start event will triggered. The rest of the steps will be executed to the receiver. Okay, the sender and the receiver, these are the blocks, are representation purposes. What are the things we are we are trying to connect. Okay, so I will click on the edit button. So once you are in edit mode, you can, if you can see it, there are right in the left hand side, the black buttons or a gray buttons will be appeared with a different blocks. So these we call as a palettes. So each palette has a different functionality of for transformations or translations or validations, encryptions, mappings. So there are so many things will be there. So we will go in our training session. We will go each palette by palette in a coming classes. So let's get into the basic back again. So in any integration module or any integration product, what we are trying to do is that we are linking the two different process, or we are linking to two different systems, or we are linking two different platforms with a integration products. So this integration product will be acts like in a simple terminology, it acts like a mediator. Okay, so if it is from one different languages to another different language, or one different environment to another different environment. For example, in on-premise SAP, it is an ABAP language, right? It is an ABAP. It has its own connectivity mechanisms like IDOC, RFCs. Of course, nowadays we can do the SOAP services as well on the ABAP environment. If you come to the like a C4C or a Salesforce, okay, the Salesforce or a C4C, they will provide a web service APIs to the external world. Okay, whatever you want to do it from the external world, you just need to do with a APIs only. Either you log into the web page and perform the actions manually based on your roles and responsibility. The second option is use an API to connect or link the system with a different system using a middleware product and perform actions on a particular system on the receiver system. For example, in the C4C, if you want to create a customer, so we have a two option. Either you log into the system, right? You log into the system and create a customer using a GUI. The second option, the second option will be you can use an API. You can use the API in any programming language, or you can use this API into the integration product, consume this API, and design an interface such a way that you give an input, it takes an input from one system and it will be send it to the C4C using an API, and it will be creating a customer there. Okay, this is just I'm trying to give an example to give you a feel that how what is an integration, how we want to do the integration. Okay, so in this example, the sender is an SAP system on a premise, right? The receiver system is C4C system on a cloud. Okay, now the CPI, what CPI will do, whenever you create a customer record in SAP system, S4 or ECC system, the customer automatically SAP system will generate an IDOC, right? This IDOC will be generated and it will be sent it to middleware product. Either it can be PI or a CPI. Let's say CPI. The IDOC will be sent to CPI. The CPI will receive this IDOC and it will use a different steps in between in this integration process, and it will be translated and it will be mapped to the certain API of C4C and it will be sent to the receiver. So in this whole process, what CPI is doing, CPI is just is trying to receive an IDOC. It is entirely different language or a different terminology, different technology of on-premise, and trying to convert that in a different terminology of a API from C4C and trying to call a C4C system and create a customer automatically without a human intervention. So in this way, the integration flow or integration products are useful to mediate the certain kind of business processes, to mediate certain kind of business data, or to link it to different systems or to business process lies in a different landscape. So this is how the integration flow requirement starts. So what is how the one system wants to send the data and how the other system wants to receive the data. These will define our integration process, how you want to design an integration process or an interface in the CPI. It will be common for every integration product. In the same way, we will take a same approach. We will first collect what is the requirement from the sender, how it can send, how it can give us the data to the middleware. Then in the receiver side, we will just try to focus on how it can receive the data, how it can be authenticated. All these things will be collected first initially. Then you will design your integration process in CPI. Okay. Am I clear, or you just want me to repeat or any other thing? Just let me know.
So we're clear.
Yeah.
Oh, can you repeat one more time? Sorry. Yeah.
So the integration requirement is like, so how when the let's get back into the back again. So the integration, why the integration came into the picture, why the integration requirement to come into the picture, because if there are two different landscapes or two different business systems are trying to talk each other, okay, the integration product will act like just a mediator in between the two systems. So the integration, the sender system, we will first collect how the sender system will send the data. We will try to understand what the capabilities of sender, and in the same way in the receiver side also we will find it out how it can receive this receive the data, how it can be accept the data to perform a business process, business actions in their system. So based on these requirements and the information, you will be coming into the integration product and you will be defining all the integrations necessary steps to convert this data from one system to another system. Okay, whenever the you are trying to integrate, you're trying to two different landscapes or two different business systems are trying to talk each other, trying to link it together with a business process, then you need to have a interface in between them. So in this interface is nothing but our integration flow in CPI.
Yeah, yeah, thanks, Sri.
Yeah, okay. So why I'm giving this all this background, because when we are trying to develop an iFlow, should not be surprised that what is this and what we are doing it. Okay, so in this iFlow, this sender system, these are the representation blocks. Okay, what is the sender and what is this receiver? We can just specify here, like, okay, the sender system is for example S4HANA. I just mentioned here S4HANA in the on-premise. So in this integration process, what I'm trying to design as an interface, this S4HANA is a sender system and the receiver system is a C4C. Yeah, you can specify these names like this so that we can understand what is the sender and what is the receiver. We can also do like that, one sender can be a multiple receivers. We can do that in the CPI. We will go into the next phases or next classes. We can obviously we are looking into all these permutations and combinations. Okay, so once you define what is the systems in this iFlow, what is the sender and what is the receiver, you just need to know how you connect, how the sender system want to send a data to CPI. Okay, basically there are different kind of categorization of a connectivity will be there when you're talking with the integration product. So some of the systems can push the data to the integration product or middleware, I mean to CPI. Okay, some of the systems cannot push the data, they are just like a stores. So in that cases, CPI need to go and fetch the data from that system and convert and send it to receiver system. That's so broadly there are something, either the sender have a push mechanism which can send the data to CPI. Okay, in the other case, CPI can go and fetch the data. Okay, so for example, if it is an SAP S4HANA system in the sender side, it can push the data through IDOC, right? So whenever you create a customer, it immediately creates an IDOC. That IDOC can be pushed into CPI. So here SAP is the other system, sender is pushing the data to CPI. Okay, there is another example. If it is a database system in the sender side, so the database cannot push the data by itself to any other system on the other side. So the database is just a store. Whoever you want, whoever need data, those people, I mean those system need to go into the database system and connect it and write some select query and fetch the data. So the database cannot push the data by itself to CPI or a middleware. The middleware will go and fetch the data, whatever it required, and it will convert the data and send it to receiver. So these are the two main different categorization of push mechanism or pull mechanism. CPI will receive the data if the sender pushes the data to CPI. Otherwise, CPI will go and pulls the data from the database kind of systems. Okay, these are the two kind of.
Sorry to interrupt. It's like the lookups, right? The second one.
Yeah, it kind of a lookup, but in the main, the lookup is in between the integration process, but somebody has to start this integration process, right, from the first point. The first point is that where the sender system sends data in between. So the sender, from the sender perspective, the first starting point, he is a sender. The sender is either sender pushes the data, or CPI can go and fetch the data, use a pull mechanism. Okay, the lookup is a concept is in between. Once you receive the data from sender, you want to look up or you want to fetch some more data from a different system, then you use a lookup.
Okay.
Okay,
Got it.
and just we are looking at the sender side, how the sender will they do that. So in the receiver side, it is always like CPI is trying to put the data in the receiver side. Always CPI will push the data to receiver side. Okay, so in the sender side, how the sender will be connected to CPI, we will call it as a what kind of protocol will be used to connect to the CPI. So when you are designing this iFlow, you will be collecting all this information. What is the possibility of, what is a capability of the sender or the receiver system, how these will be connected into the middleware products. So the connector will be like how, so when you want to connect this S4, so you just click on this arrow, it will be shows as a connector. You just click and drag it, drop to start message. Okay, then automatically CPI will ask you that, okay, what kind of adapter we need to use to connect between the source to CPI. So these adapters are nothing but like a modems or a modulator, demodulator kind of thing. So I will explain you that in a bit. So let's say if it is an S4, so I want use an IDOC adapter on a sender side. Okay, that means when I create a customer in S4C as an example, and when I create a customer, immediately IDOC will be generated. It will be sent to CPA. How it will be sending? So it will be somehow it will be using one kind of protocol. That protocol has to be understood by the middleware products. That's why here we are selecting an adapter, saying that it is an IDOC adapter. So when the system sends, when the S4 sending an IDOC to CPI, see we have configured already in the IDOC in this iFlow, so that CPI will understand that, okay, the other system is sending an IDOC. I am using this adapter to convert this IDOC data into an XML data. So basically, the CPI what it will do, when you use an IDOC adapter, when the IDOC comes into the CPI, this adapter will automatically converts this IDOC, I mean in ABAP language IDOC or a TRFC protocol into an XML language. So you can see the IDOC once it is reaches to CPI, you can see this IDOC in a XML format. Okay, in the same way, if I use the same IDOC protocol on the receiver side, for example, the receiver side, how it will be done, you will be preparing an IDOC XML kind of thing in the integration flow. Then adapter will automatically convert this XML to a native IDOC language which SAP can understand. So in this way, there are so many adapters available in the CPI This adapter will be used to convert the other kind of protocols or languages into CPI understandable language like XML, JSONs, or a text files. Okay, so these adapters will be used in the both sides, whether it is a sender or a receiver. This adapter will convert this, most of the times will convert this data into XML format or a JSON format. In the vice versa, in the receiver side, if you feed the XML or JSON data to this adapter will convert into the receiver system native language like IDOCs, RFC calls, or a SOAP services. Okay, these adapters will be used on the both sides, either sender side or receiver side, in a modulator or demodulator concept. If you in the olden days in the childhood, if we learned, so we call it as a modem. Okay, converts the data into one format to another format in the vice versa as well. So it depends on where you configure, whether it's a sender side or a receiver side. Depends on that, adapter will act accordingly, whether it converts from one format to another format. Okay, so in the I just deleted it. So let's go back and connect it from the send it to start message again. What did happen? So in the sender side, only certain number of adapters only possible on the sender side, like IDOC, HTTPS, Ariba, SOAP, SFTP, all these are there. If you go back into the receiver side, if I connect to the receiver side adapters, so here we can find more adapters than the sender side. So some of the adapters are not available in the source side because these adapters are, some of the adapters are not applicable in the source side, or some of the adapters is not possible to do it in the source side. For example, OData. Okay, if you want to source side OData means you are providing a OData service to external world. So instead of creating an iFlow, you need to create a OData service in the different as a different artifacts. In this way, there are some of the adapters are not available on the source side. Some of the adapters are only possible in the receiver side. When you are going into the next classes, we will be understanding why it is not available, what are the limitations and other things.
See, here RFC is like normal, right? But it's not available on the sender side.
The RFC in the sense, so the CPI is a cloud system, right? So what
Yeah.
the CPI is a cloud system. So when you call an RFC in the sender, that means RFC is initiated in the sender side, right? In the SAP system.
Mm.
The receiver system will be receiving the RFC call. Okay, so in the CPI, you cannot mock the RFC receiver. In this, that means you have executed a RFC in ABAP. You have given a RFC destination, right, to execute in a different system. Yeah. So
Yeah.
in the RFC destination, you cannot mock this RFC destination as a receiver from CPI. It is still under research from the SAP side to make the sender side RFC, but as of now, the CPA is unable to do it in the sender side because then you need to develop more code inside CPI to receive the RFC call.
Okay.
Yeah, but in the receiver side, it is just an RFC call. You can the SAP ABAP system is readily available in the other end as a receiver, so just need to use a Java code. You can call it the RFC from the ABAP system. It is more difficult to mock the RFC provider rather the RFC consumer. I hope you understand what is RFC provider and RFC consumer. Yeah, right.
Understood.
Yeah. So presently RFC is also looking at how they can make it as a sender RFC, because this system lies in the cloud. That is one challenge, and you need to cross the firewall before you're calling the RFC from on-premise system to the CPI. These are the two main challenges will be there when you're using a CPI. That's why it is easier to do it in SAP PIPO, because both the system lies in the same landscape. You needed to cross the landscape, the firewall and other things, and the PIPO is already in a Java. Okay. Now, so these are the two things from the sender side and adapters. Either you can configure the sender adapter here, let's say an IDOC, for example, and in the receiver side, I say it is a SOAP, for example. It is just an example of for S4 to C4C connection. Okay, so once you decided with what is the protocols are involved in the sender and receiver side, now you come to main integration process. You will be developing it. So in this one on the left side, there are so many palettes are available. Participants, process, events. There are so many things will be there. For normally, as an example, I'm just telling. So you will be using a message mapping, so that once the IDOC comes into CPI will be giving an XML of an IDOC, and you will be using a message mapping and converting into the SOAP service of C4C, and you're sending it to C4C. Okay, this is just one simple example that okay, you receive the data, you will do some translations and sending it to C4C. Okay, if you want to encrypt the data, you can use a PGP encryption step, for example. Okay, you can drag and drop this step from here and keep it here. So once you receive the data from source, the message mapping will be executed first, and it will be sent to the PGP encryptor. That PGP encryption will do the PG encryption, and it will be sent to the receiver. Once it is reached to end, it will be sent to the receiver. So in the main integration process, you will be using these palettes here to convert your data or transform your data or translate your data or encrypt your data. So these are the combinations you can use and achieve your integration requirement. So these are the left side steps will be used to understand, to manipulate the data or validate the data or transform the data. So this look like just a flowchart kind of thing in the integration pro. So you just need to connect with your arrows one palette to another palette, so that you need to achieve the sequence of a different steps in a flow. But finally, it will be connected to the end, and it will be sent to the in the receiver side. So we will, in the next class, we will just go to the each and every palette, and I will try to give you the brief idea of how what are the significance of each palettes inside these ones and each steps, and how they can be used in the iFlow. So next tomorrow, maybe tomorrow and maybe day after tomorrow, it will be bit, maybe I can say it is a boring, because we will be going into each of these steps, and I will try to give you an overview, just a brief idea. Anyhow, in the later sessions, we will be using this each palette and combine together, and how these will work, I will explain anyhow. But tomorrow and maybe day after tomorrow, if the time is not sufficient to explain, I try to explain all these ones as a brief idea using a PPT, as well as also you can, sometimes I come into the system. Okay, we will go through each of these palettes, and I will be explaining just a brief idea before we get into the real actions again. Yeah. So the other
Okay.
thing, Okay, so the other thing is when you drag and drop or adapters or a palettes here, there always the configurable parameters will be in the downside. Okay, so if it is a message mapping, the message mapping it will be done here, and the PGP encryption, and it will also ask you the certain things how you want to do the PGP encryption. Okay, for each and every palette has a different properties. These properties you need to mention in the below section. Here it will ask you the based on that palette, it will be asking the details. If it is an adapter, you will be giving the URL parameters, authorization rules, and other things. And if it is a soap service, it will ask you the whether it is a on-premise soap service or a other site. Okay, all these things, it depends on what kind of palette or a connector, the respective properties it will be asking in the below page. Okay, you can maximize using this maximize, so the whole page will be the connector. Again, you can resize using a restore. Okay, and in the same way you want to minimize this properties one, you can also minimize. Okay, and also there is a options are now recently they have introduced that if you click on a particular for example, if it is a PGP encryptor, you can click on this help, it will go to that relevant section help page on the saphelp.com. Let's click it, what it go through. I also never tried much on this one. So yeah, it directly came to the define PGP encryptor. Okay, so in this way we can also check the documentation, that what are the details we need to give. All this, the help document will be automatically opened if you use this button here, the help question mark, based on the palette. So based on the palette, when you click on the palette or a connector, the below property page will be refreshed with the relevant things. And also this, if you click on the help, that relevant help will automatically open the help document. This is a useful feature recently they have introduced us. I think, yeah, tomorrow we will continue with these palettes and other things. If you have any specific questions, we can discuss.
Sri, may I know like how you have logged into this SAP portal? Is it like through your credentials, official credentials, or through you have subscription?
No, I don't have a subscription. This is a demo system of my client, so I just logged into that one.
Okay. And one more thing, it's not like related to CPI. It's related to PI. Uh, if you have any that like encryption and decryption notes for SFTP adapter, do you have any? I can go through that.
I need to check. Yeah, I need to check. I need to check. I don't have the handy of all these things. Yeah.
Okay. Please let me know if you have anything, any notes or any slides on this mapping. I mean, like Java mapping or XLT mapping and this encryptor and decryption. Please
In
help me if you have.
SAP PAPO.
Yes, PIPO.
Yeah, I will check that one. Yeah.
Please, I'll ping you on WhatsApp.
Mm.
If anything is there, let me know.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So Ram Murari.
Tomorrow same time, right?
Sorry,
I have no questions.
somebody said something. I missed. Shashi, you're saying something?
No, no, tomorrow same time, right?
Yeah, tomorrow is the same time. Yep. Okay, guys. Thanks for your time.
Okay.
Thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sri.
See you tomorrow then. Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, guys, just give me 1 second. I'll open the presentation. Hello, sorry. So I sharing a presentation in 4.1. Just could we let me know if we can see it?
Yeah, actually, we are able to see.
Okay, nice. So I will hide this one. Okay. So last day we are discussing about what is a receiver, what is a sender, and how the adapter is going to work when you configure it is connected with the sender and when it is configured to the receiver, right? So we am just going into the different topic. Before I go, if you have any doubts, we can talk about it, or I will go into the other topic. Okay. So whenever the message or a data is reached to um, CPI, it will be one particular format. So whatever the CPI runtime is built on is based on the camel message models. So the camel message model is a sorry camel message model. It talks about how the message is processed in the runtime, in the CPI runtime, and how this message will be formatted and traversed through different steps when you are creating an iFlow. So the on-premise SAP PIPO is built on particular Java model, and entire SAP PIPO on-premise is built on Java system, and they have developed it, and it is built on Java. Now the SAP PIPO is in a single stack on-premise. It is an integration product. So the CPI runtime is built on Apache Camel. Apache Camel is a concept where Apache is a company, has organization, has produced this Camel notation or a concept. So SAP CPI is all built on this Camel foundation. So we just need to look at how this camel message model will be in the CPI, and how we can understand this basic structure of how the message is going to travel from one end to another end of a iFlow. So my voice is clear, right?
Yes, Sri, it's clear.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So the camel message model, whenever the data received into CPI, or whenever the data is getting processed in a CPI, the first it will be formulated into a camel message model. The camel message model is just like in a container of a data which comes from the sender, and it will also sends to the receiver. In between sender and receiver processing, whatever the steps we are doing in the iFlow, that will be combined or contained in this camel message model. Okay, let's I will explain back again later when the camel message model, how it look like in iFlow. But let's first understand how the camel message is formulated, or what is a camel message. Okay, the camel message, whenever the data comes into CPI, it automatically CPI runtime will be receiving the data and capture it, or it contained in what particular carrier kind of thing, that we call it as a message. So this message will be in the camel message model, and the camel message model will be having a body, header, and attachments inside it. So whenever so the data comes into the business data, the particular business data, what it is traversing through uh, one system to another system, the business data will be contained into the body, the main business data. Okay, the headers are nothing but the influencer of a data, the influencer of a data, in the sense, for example, if an idoc, if everybody understands an idoc, so the business data will be there in the idoc structure, what is idoc message type and idoc basic type, right? Once the data is formulated, idoc will also have a control records. The control records will tell you where from which system the data comes in and which system it should go, and what is the receiver port logical system. All these things will be in the control record. So what this control record will do, this control record will influence the data, how the data is traversing through one system to another system, and how the other system will understand this idoc. In the same way, the main business data, the camel message model, the main business data will be contained in the body. Okay, for example, if one system sending a sales order to another system, the sales order data, the main sales order data will be there in this body. The headers, in the headers, it will be recorded that, okay, from which system it is originated, what kind of data, whether it is XML data or some text data or something else. All this message influencer, the business data influencer data will be there in the header. The header also will contain, like, who is the user has initiated in the source side, those kind of things, and what kind of, it is an XML data or a CSV data or something else, or whether if it is which system is initiated, and what will be the receiver system details, how the message is encoded, whether it's a UTF-8. These kind of values will be there in these headers, so that we will understand, other system will understand that, okay, what kind of data it is, and how to understand this data, how to decode this data. All these things will be there in the headers. So the main business data will be there in the body. The headers will be influencers of a data or a originator information, which will be understandable by other system. These will be there in the headers. Okay, the attachments are nothing but which will be coexistent with your business data. The coexistence of a business data, in the sense, for example, I'm sending a invoice data from one system to another system. So in the business data, I will be sending what is a purchase order number or a sales order number, what is the invoice, and what is the amount, what is the currency, and who is the invoice recipient. All these detail will be there in the body. Okay, so this, what we call, this is as a business data when we are sending an invoice. In the same way, I need to send a receipt, hard copy receipt or a PDF document to the other system when I'm sending an invoice from one system to another system. In this attachments, these PDF documents or a Word documents, receipt documents will be attached to this message as an attachments, and it will be sent it through. Okay, there are some protocol supports attachments like SOAP web services, um, proxy messages or HTTP messages. There are some protocols accepts the attachments. Some of the protocols doesn't accept the attachment. So we will once we work with CPI, we will understand what the different protocols and how this attachment works and everything. So on the whole, when the message is traversing through sender to CPI, the camel message model will be formulated in CPI, and it will be contained, and it will be retained all this data in a one particular container. It's just acts like a container. Okay. Any question about this one?
No, Sri.
Okay. Okay. So this is how the data will be received from the sender, and also it will be sent to the receiver. So the camel message model existence or a validity of this camel message will be, the scope of a camel message will be throughout the landscape from sender to the receiver. Okay. The next part is an exchange message. Okay, the exchange message is the concept which is inherited from the camel notation again. This will be used in CPI processing only. That means the previous one, the camel message model, this message model will be the scope of this model will be from sender to receiver. That means it will be valid when the sender can also understand this message model kind of thing, and it will be sent to the CPI, and it also will be sent to the receiver. The data whichever contains in this message, whatever the information contain this message, will be traversed through sender to receiver, whole life cycle of a integration. In the other sense, this exchange, the exchange model or exchange container will be only scoped to the CPI only. It won't be sent to the receiver, it won't be received from the sender. So this exchange message has much more details than just a message of header, attachments, and a body. So let's have a look at what is this exchange. So this exchange container, this exchange model will have the in message and an out message. Okay. If you clearly observe, the in message will be the camel message model, which is previously we discussed, the body, attachments, and header. And the out message is also have the body, attachments, and header. Okay, so I will okay, let's see. So what is in message and what is an out message? Okay, if it is a synchronous call, if it is a request reply call from a sender or from a system, so it will have the request and a response messages. There are two different messages will be transformed whole life cycle of an integration. For example, if one system is asking a credit card details to other system, so what will happen in the request, you will be sending a credit card number, and in the response the other system will send you back the details with all the credit card details like validity, what is the exposure limit, and all these details. Okay, so in this, if you take this example into this exchange model, the in message is always a request where you have a credit card number is asking for a details, and the out message will be coming back from the receiver to the sender saying that okay, these are the card details, what is the limit and what is the validity, all these details will be coming back. So that's why the exchange model container have a always in message and an out message. Okay, so in our daily integration, we have two kind of category, mainly two kind of categorization of integration pattern will follow, basic integration patterns. So one is asynchronous communication. That means fire and forget. That means the sender will send a data and it won't expect a response back from the receiver system. So it won't expect, or it won't process the response. So what will happen, it just send a message, okay, this is the data, you take it, that's it. It won't bother about whether it receives the data and it is successfully processed in the receiver side or not. So this is an asynchronous way of calling. It will start from sender and it will end at the receiver. There is no other way around. Okay, so there is other pattern is a synchronous communication. The synchronous communication, when the sender sends a message, it will also expects a response message back to it. That means it is a request reply. When we are it's a two-way out. When we send a data to sender system to receiver system, the receiver system will respond back with a response saying that, okay, this is I have processed, this is a response from my system. So always the sender system is expecting a response back. So these are the two basic patterns of integration patterns while we're doing integration, whether it is a asynchronous way of communication or a synchronous way of integration. So if it is an asynchronous, if it is only one message, or I mean it is a fire and forget concept, the in message will only be there in this exchange model. If it is an two-way communication or a synchronous or a request reply concept, then always the sender system fills the in message, the receiver system fills the out message, which is nothing but a response. That's why this exchange model always contains two different messages, in and out message. Apart from these messages, it also have some of the details like exchange ID, exception, um, MEP, and properties. Okay, the exchange message ID is nothing but whenever the message is started processing in CPI. That means sender sends a message, CPI received it, it started processing. That means iFlow is triggered in CPI. This will be each and every message which will be carried a unique number in CPI will be assigned to a unique number whenever the message comes into CPI. So that message number or a unique ID is nothing but exchange ID. Which will be stored in this exchange ID. So how it will work in the runtime is that when the sender triggers a message, it receives to see it came to CPI. Immediately the CPI will be formulating this entire exchange model container, and it will assign one message ID to exchange ID. The unique number will be assigned. If the sender sends a two message consecutively, then we can see in CPI two different messages and two different exchange IDs for it. Okay, and it will also have some properties. These properties are similar to headers, but these properties is the scope of these properties are limited to CPI only. What it means? So whenever the message is traversing from sender to receiver, the header properties inside this message will be traversed or visible to sender or a receiver. But these properties values, whatever there in this exchange model, will only visible to CPI. These won't be visible or traversed to the other system. The only data which will be traversed to the other system is this message, in message or out message. Then these above properties or which are contains in the exchange will not be visible or which will not be traversed to the sender or a receiver. So these properties, whenever we are working with in a CPI, always we have a two options of processing of a message header or a processing of a exchange properties. But header properties and these exchange properties are similar use of but it depends on the scope. So whichever you want to use, you need to carefully use that one, whether you want to use header properties or exchange properties. So these properties will not be traversed to the sender or the receiver. Okay, so what is an exception? The exception will be contained if any problem happens in the system in a CPI processing. The exception will be captured into this block and hold it to the for further information or a further processing of a system. So whenever there is a problem or a connectivity problem or some validation problem exists and exception got raised in the sense the error or some problem is arised in the CPI. So these information, what is the problem and where it caused and which step it got, all this information will be captured and stored into this exception. And MEP. Last one is an MEP. The MEP will tell you the system that whether it is in a synchronous call or a asynchronous call. That means it is a in only and a in and out. That means if it is a in only means it is a asynchronous communication. The other system is not expecting a response. The in and out both. If you see here, in and out means it is the sender sends a message as a request and it is expecting a response from the other system. So in this way, this exchange container will be formulated when the message processing is started in a CPI. The exchange this exchange model have the scope till CPI only. It won't be sent to the other system. The message, in message or out message, will be spanned across out of the CPI. These will be traversing through the sender or a receiver.
So see here in CPI for synchronous, I mean like is it like same like PI or like it's only one call or what?
It depends on how you define the integration. So in a CPI, either you can do the synchronous call or asynchronous call. Otherwise, you have to do the other things like BPMs, beans, and other things to merge between the synchronous and the asynchronous calls. Right.
Okay.
So, but in CPI, we have so many options to make this thing happen. Whether if it is a sender is sending only asynchronous call, okay, but in the receiver side we have only option of doing a synchronous calls. So the CPI has a separate options of how you design this integration, but in PIPO you have to design the BPMs or a beans
Yeah.
modifiers, right? So but in the CPI it will always the integration will be the always same, whether it is a CPI or any other integration product. Okay, the integration design, what we are doing that, for example, if you got a requirement, somebody came and said that, okay, we need to build an interface. Okay, then you need to start collecting those information that, okay, what is a sender system and how it will be sending a data and which protocols it will be sent and what kind of, whether it is sends an XML, whether it sends a CSV, all these information will be collected from the sender side. Or also you also collects the information from the receiver side saying, okay, what kind of protocols, how the system will accept the data and which format it will accept and what is the encoding, what is the authentication mechanism. First, before designing this integration or an interface or an iFlow, you will be collecting all this information. Then you will be coming into CPI that, okay, I need these steps. I need these protocol to be, these adapter need to be configured in CPI. And these are the steps I need to use to convert the data to receiver and I will be sending it to receiver. So the first, when whatever the product, whether it is a CPI or not, first you need to understand that how the system will be behaving and what are the details required for designing an integration on an integration middleware. Then you come to CPI and check that, okay, what are the necessary steps we need in the CPI. if it is a PIPO, and you will design that, okay, what are the steps we need to design in a PPO, so a PIPO. The first basic integration when we're starting is that you need to collect those information which is required to understand how you can design a interface in a middleware. That is the first basic thing when you start an integration. Then we will come to that, how the CPI, what are the steps and other things. Okay, so in the CPI also, all the other possibilities are other combinations are possible: synchronous to asynchronous communication, asynchronous to synchronous communication. All these things you can do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Fine. So any questions or something?
Nope.
Okay. So I'm moving to the next slide. Let me share it with a different slide. So in the iFlow, what we seen last day is the sender will be connected to start message of integration process, and the receiver will be connected to a end message. So in between, what are the message will be comes into CPI? We need to design, we need to understand that how the message comes into CPI and how we transform or translate this data before I sending it to the receiver. Okay, I will give you a very typical example. In the sender side, I have a file. So SAP is generating a file every day with it's like a CSV file. Okay, I need to take the CSV file from the SAP S4, I mean SAP, and convert and send it to a some success factor system using a web service or a web services or a OData service. So that is my initial requirement. So now we need to understand that, okay, I need to read a file from, we need to get a file from sender first. So SAP is not going to push that file from on-premise system to CPI. So we need to use a SFTP adapter in the source side to read the file from the sender side of a SAP system or a file system. And once I receive this data, it will be contained in a CSV format, right? So this CSV format, I need to convert that into an XML format before I calling in a web service. So we need to use some of certain steps, conversions in integration process before I sending it to the receiver. So for doing these kind of translations and transformations, as CPI has given so many steps or pallets we call. So these pallets will be on this left hand side, the columns. This contains in so different categorization. So some of things like mappings. These mappings are nothing but you can map from one XML format to another XML format, or one format to another format using this message mapping on a or XSLT mapping. There are some like, okay, I want to send it to the multiple system, multiple receivers. So we have a certain steps called multicast. So the multicast routing mechanism, these are the routing palettes. These multicast routing palette will be giving a chance in the CPI. We receive a message from sender, then you can use a multicast palette here, and it will be send it to the multiple receiver. That means in the receiver side, you can have a multiple receiver system, multiple boxes. It can be sent to the multiple systems. In this way, there are so many palettes are there in CPI, which will be used to translate or transform or routing to the multiple system. There are so many encoders, decoders, and encryptions. All these things will be there. These are we call is a palette. Palette is nothing but a one step which will be used in between sender and start and end message to transform or to route or to encode the data. Okay, so basically these all palettes will be used to play with the data so that we can receive one format and send it in a different format to the other system.
Sri, can we find like the description of each palette? Like in the notes or somewhere written.
Yeah, the help documents will be there
And can
every
you
there.
explain the meaning of the splitter? Under routing, you have splitter, right?
Sorry.
Under splitter, you have under routing, you have splitter, right? The last one, the bottom one.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is splitter?
Yeah, we will discuss in next session. However, the splitter is nothing but if you have a multiple records came into the system, 100 records or 100 records in a single XML. So you want to, in the receiver side, it won't accept 100 records at a time.
Okay.
So you need to do the individual calls. The splitter will be used to split the messages into multiple parallel messages before it's sent into the receiver. So that each palette has its own functionality advantages. So when we are going into the sessions, we will be using these palettes and designing the interfaces. Then we'll see how these will be behaved.
Thanks, Sri.
Yeah. So last day we discussed about how this participants and adapters, and we just discussed model and exchange model. So what is time now? So we have a certain palettes in this PPT. I will share this PPT with you. In this PPT, I have collected some of the important palettes and their descriptions and how this will be used. I have added into this PPT. I will share it with you. So coming to the different palettes, there are palettes like processes. These palettes are used to influence the process inside a CPI. So whenever the message comes from the sender, the start message will be triggered. The main integration process will be getting triggered. Okay, so it is always that the main integration process, it's called as the integration process. The main integration process always triggered when the message is triggered or retrieved from the sender and it's reached to the start message. Once it is reached the start message, the main integrations process will be triggered, and the each step by step, each palette by palette will be executed to modify the data, transform the data, and so many other things will be that for each step by step as you connect it, as it is connected with the arrows. Okay, so once in this one, all these steps are done, the message will be processed to the end message and it's sent to the receiver. In between, if anything happens, you want to know or you want to trigger a separate flow. If any exception is happened, if any error is happened, you want to perform a certain different steps if it is an error. So for that purpose, SAP has given an exceptional subprocess. Exceptional subprocess will be resides in a main integration process. It's a separate block. You can drag and drop and put it here. So if any problem happens in this main integration flow, okay, immediately this exception subprocess will be triggered. So for example, if there is a problem in this process call 1 in this step, then automatically the control will goes to the exceptional subprocess. It won't execute the rest of the steps because in this step it got an error. So immediately this error will be caught and exception subprocess will automatically triggered, and whatever the steps you can put it here, it will be executed and performed. You can for example, you can create a mail notification step. so that if any problem happens, this mail notification step will be triggered and some email will be sent out to the recipient. So in this way, you can use this exception sub process. There is another one is a local integration process is another step. So what is the use of this local integration process there? When you are designing an interface or iFlow in CPI, okay, the iFlow has so many steps and so many steps you need to perform, and it is getting a mess. It is getting a big picture. So what you can do, you can segregate these process steps into small subset of a processes, small subset of a reusable components. It's like a function module in ABAP. So if you have 100,000 of lines of code, what you will do, you will design as some performs or a function modules or methods, and you will bifurcate this source code into different methods or function modules to reuse them in the later. So in the same way, this local subprocess is also used in such a similar fashion. It can be called from the main integration process. So if it is like process call one, it will be called to this local integration process. It is also contains a different steps inside this one to perform a certain kind of an actions inside this CPI. So we will be doing all this in system in later session. This is just a brief idea, understand what the steps are. So these are the palettes which will be there in this process. Palettes, exception subprocess, main integration process, and a local integration process. This local, you can design as many as local integration process in a single iFlow artifact, but this local integration process has to be called from the main integration process. Otherwise, these will be there as a dummy. These won't be called at any point of time until you put a step in a main integration process saying that process call to this local integration process. Okay, so the next are some of the events. So here, if you observe, we are going step by step. These are the process steps, then we are going on events. Okay, these event palettes are used for starting a process, starting a messages, or terminating a messages, or starting an event. So these will be used in many of the integration process and other things. If you observe, so this start message has a start and has a envelope symbol inside this start message. In the same way, end message. So each and every integration process or a iFlow will be started with a start message. It should be end with the end message, because these will be connected to the sender or a receiver. The start message will be connected to the sender and the end message will be connected to the receiver. So these are the two gateways or as two steps which will be connected to the external world basically. Okay, so the other ones are events, and start event or end event. So these events, start event or end event, these are the starting point of a local integration process or a sub processes, as we discussed earlier. If you are designing a local integration process, so you need to put a start event or an end event, but these will be triggered from the integration process itself. Okay, so in this way, these are the different events will be there. We will be discussing in the later session. These events are used to start some of the process or end some of the process in a CPI integration design. The next ones are the mapping. The mappings are used to just translate from one XML to different XML. And if you can also use XSLT mapping inside a CPI, but the XSLT mapping, you cannot design the XSLT mapping inside a CPI, because the XSLT mapping as a code based mapping, you need to design this XSLT mapping external to the CPI, but you can load that XSLT code into CPI and you can use it. The mainly the mapping will be used in CPI to convert the data from one format to another format. Mainly the message mapping will be used to convert one kind of XML to another kind of XML in CPI. It has so many different functions to manipulate the data or transform a data that can be done in message mapping. We can also use an XSLT mapping. This XSLT mapping is code based one. You have to design it in the external tools, and you can load that code into XSLT code into CPI and you can use it. If you want to modify, again you have to modify it externally and load that latest code into CPI and configure it again. So what is an operation mapping? So operation mapping is a utility or given from the reusable concept given from SAP, that if you have a SAP PIPO system in on-premise, there is already mapping is designed or complex mapping is designed and existing into the CPI. You can download that mapping and load that into CPI and you can use it. So that is the operation mapping, where you load the existing mapping from PIPO and load that into CPI and you can reuse it into the CPI. Okay, you can ask any questions in between if you have. Okay. Okay. So next ones are transformations. These are the transformation palettes will be there in the CPI, which will be used to the some different prospect of changing of the data from one format to another format. The content modifier used to play with a header properties or a exchange properties. If you remember, in the exchange model or a camel message model, we have a header as well as a exchange properties. Let's go back to there. So here in the camel exchange model, we have a properties and the headers. So if you want to modify with these headers or attachments or properties in this message model, we need to use the content modifier step in a CPI process, integration flow basically. And the converters are like, it has XML to JSON, JSON to XML, CSV to XML. So these converters are from one format of data to another format of a data. So if I got a XML data from sender system, I want to convert into a CSV format of a receiver side, for example. See, receiver side wants a CSV file. So what we can use this XML to CSV converter inside this palette, and you can modify or retransform the data and send it to the receiver. So in this way, this converter are useful to convert one format of data to a different format of a data. The other ones are decoders. Decoders and encoders are coexistent. So if it is, for example, I want a GIF file to be formed in CPI, we can use an encoder to convert the whole data into a GIF file. That you can use an encoder. In the same way, the other system sends a GIF file in CPI. We have to open the GIF file and see what is inside. Then we can use a decoder functionality to decode that one and extract the business data and formulate or transform the data and send it to the receiver. So these are all the steps what we are discussing now will be used to receive the data from one system or fetch the data from one system and transform or manipulate or modify the data in a such a way that the other system will be accepting those data for processing further. Okay, so there are so many other functionalities there in this transformations, filters, message digest, and scrapes. We will in the later session we will go by palette and how this can be used in the CPI. We can discuss further. The scripts, the one important thing is in this one is the scripts. The scripts are nothing but coding. So if any of the palette or any of the steps which is given in the CPI is not solving your business requirement or a integration requirement, it is not, you're unable to solve those integration requirement of using a standard palettes in CPI, then you can use this script. In this script you can write Java or a Groovy. These are two different languages, Java and Groovy. You can use any of these languages and you can write the code and you can convert the data or retransform the data. So for example, I have an encoder for compressing a zip compressing a zip file to making I can formulate a zip file. But in sometimes what will happen, I cannot make a 7-zip file. 7-zip is another compression method. I cannot make a 7-zip file using a standard encoder functionality in CPI. So I need to write a Java code in the script, then I can make a 7-zip file. So this kind of requirement which is unable to solve using a standard palettes in CPI, you can use this script to write your own code to convert your data. Okay, so rest of the things I will explain when we are going into the further. The other ones are the calls. These are the call palettes. These call palettes will be used for getting a calls to outside of the system or a in an integration process. If you want to call a different local sub integration process, so the request reply will be used to call a system. It's like a lookup kind of thing. So the request reply will be used to call a particular system and get some data, and you can modify data in between the CPI process from end to receiver. So I got a message from sender, I'm transforming it. I need some more data from a different system before I sending it to the receiver system. So we can use the request reply to get this data intermediately from different system, and we can match this data into sender data and formulate a receiver message and send it to the receiver. So the request reply in a simple words like a lookup. So content enricher is another step will be used to convert the restful data. If I explain it will be a bit confusing for you, but the content enricher will be used in a similar way like request reply, but you need not to match the data. Automatically the content enricher will match the data with the sender data which you are calling in between. And the main integration, the other one is the local process call or a process call. These two steps, main steps in a CPI. If you have a sub process designed in the CPI, you can use a local process call to call the other sub process which is designed, as we see in the previous slides. If you remember, we have created a local sub process here. This is the main integration process call. To call this local integration process or a sub process, we need to use a certain step. That step is nothing but a local process call in the palette. This is the local process, and also the process call which we are using for external sources. We can use this local integration process to the other iflows. That means from one iflow to another iflow, we can use this process call to transform from one iflow to the different iflow. For example, if you have a package, you have two different iflows. In these two different iflows, you can from one iflow to another iflow, you can call data and sends the data to other iflow. That we can use this as a process call. This will be used to the one process to another process basically. And we have a routing palettes. These routing palettes are used to um, combine the data or route the multiple systems or merge the data or aggregate the data. So these are the names suggest, this aggregator will bundles multiple data into one single messages. And also the gather step will enable if you have multiple source systems receiving a data and you want to merge it into a single message, that you can use it as a gather. Aggregator is wait for different calls and aggregates into one message. That means if your multiple incoming messages into the CPI, just you want to combine them into a single message. The gather step is bit different. You have multiple format of a data or a different kind of data from a different processes. You can gather in a single message and process to. The aggregator, the incoming messages will be coming in at different times. In the gather, the calls will be coming into a same time. That is the only difference between aggregator and the gather. So in the same way, we have a join and multicast and router. So all these three steps are coexistence. If you are having a conditional branching or a conditional thing in CPI, to message to be routed into different processes, you can use this routing options, multicast, router, or a join. All these are coexistent. So we'll be discussing in the further session anyhow. These will be used to route the data into multiple ways, into either multiple receivers or a multiple steps. You want to process the data in a separate way, you can do it. So these routers will be used in a such a fashion that you can route the data into different branches or conditions.
Actually,
Sorry.
I didn't get the gather one.
So the gather one is like so at a single process time. So how it will be used in the sense, you got a message, two messages, and the same time in the same integration process at the same time.
Okay.
The gather will be used. For example, you have it is a bit confused to explain now. Okay, in a router, you got a message from a sender. You got one message. You used a router to bifurcate two different processing. One is validating the data. Another one is to look up the data. So these are the two different branches. So while you done that, the two different branches are executing parallelly. One is validating the data, another one is request reply or getting the data from other system. So these two branches will be coming into the end message in the same time. That means these are coming into the same time and the same instance of a message or same timestamp they are processing in a parallel. So
Yes.
in that case, you want to match this data back again with the validation and the request reply data. Then we need to use a gather. You cannot use an aggregator. The aggregator step is waiting for the multiple calls to be happen from the sender to send a multiple data.
I understood aggregator. It appends in gather it. Okay.
It matches the data in the same time, same instance basically. Okay, so these routing palettes are all talks about different type of routing the data. It is not transforming the data, but this will be routing the data in a different channels. These are the routing steps will be used. There is the security palettes as well. These security palettes are used to encrypt the data or decrypt the data or signing or a verification. So these are the advanced concepts in CPI. So if other system is sending encrypted message, so if it is a, for example, if you're mainly integrating HR system or personal data, GDPR compliance data, so if you send a plain data over the internet, there may be a chance of hacking, and they can see the data inside that message. So for this purpose, not only CPI, the other integrations also use the encryption and decryption concept when we are sending a data over the internet. Says encryptor and decryptors are used in CPI as well to convert the data or decrypt the data. If the sender sends a HR master record to uh, CPI, so in this way, when you're the sender system encrypted the data, whole data is encrypted and sends to CPI. But once the message comes into CPI, we need to transform the data into different format. Before we transform into different format, first I have to decrypt the data. Otherwise, I cannot understand this. This will be like just a scrambled data until unlike I decrypt it. So in the system, in the CPI, you will be using a decryptor palette to decrypt the message, and later on you can convert that XML into different XML or that data into different format. So that's a decryptor will be used. In the other way around, we have received the XML data from SAP. While sending it to the cloud, another cloud system, I want to encrypt the data. The cloud system wants encrypted data before it receives it because of the sensitivity of the data. Then we need to use an encryptor palette in CPI. We need, before it sending it to receiver, we will be encrypting this data based on the different encryption methods inside it. You can encrypt or and send it to the other system, so that the nobody can hack. Even the system is hacked, message is hacked, they cannot really see what is inside this data because we already encrypted. So we commonly exchange the keys or encryption certificates so that CPI or a participant system only can encrypt or decrypt the data. We will get into the details how this encryption and decryptions, but these are palettes will be used to say, encrypt or decrypt the sensitive data while we are transforming. The signer and a verifier. The signer and verifier are like the or digital signature concept. Basically, these are used in a digital signature. uh, if you have a experience with a digital signature, how the digital signature is like, for example, if you have a everybody acquainted with form 16, right? We received from the employer. These form 16s are digitally signed, or a bank statements. These are digitally signed from the system before it's sending it to the clients, so that the client will understand this is not a mocked up data. This data is really comes from uh, authorized source. So we can use this statements in a uh, fruitful way. So when the form 16 comes to us, we will verify the signature in the system, so that okay, this form 16 really formatted from my employer only. So in this way, these signatures are used in message translations as well, so that sender or a receiver system will understand that this data is formulated, or this data is authorized from the intended system only. Otherwise, the other system will say that okay, this data is not comes from the authorized source, so they simply ignore that or make an error. of the data. So in this kind of examples, if you want to sign the data from CPI as a authorized source before sending it to the receiver, we can use the signer palette in CPI to digitally sign the data and send it to the receiver. The receiver will verify the signature. In the other way around, the sender system signs the data and send it to CPI. We want to verify this data whether it is sent from the authorized source or not. We need to use a verifier palette inside CPI. These signed or verifier are the palettes for security purposes as well as decryptor encryptor as well. So that's why these palettes are in a security palettes. So all these palettes are particularly used for security purposes of data translations between sender and the receiver. The other ones are persistence palettes. These persistent palettes are used to uh, store the data temporarily in CPI itself. So this one iFlow comes and process the data and sends to receiver, and it also stored that data into this temporary store. The other iFlow can also look at this data store and get the data. These kind of requirements will be solved using these persistent palettes. These persistent palettes are stored in CPI database itself, so that the other iFlows or other processes can access the data. How this will be used in CPI is that, so for example, I have a iFlow every day morning. It is processing the records and sending it to a receiver. There is another iFlow I have designed in the evening. It will be run in the evening time. It need to know that whether how many messages are processed in the morning iFlow. So how can we solve that? We can, when the iFlow is executed in the morning, you design such a way that you will store the number of records in this persistent palette. Using this persistent palette, you will be storing that number. Okay, in the morning I have processed 100 records. The next iFlow, which will be running in the evening, it will go into that persistent log and say, okay, the morning iFlow executed 100 records. Now I am executing 200 records. Total, I am executed 300 records, and it will be sent to the system log saying that, okay, we have processed 300 logs. These kind of things, we can use these palettes and we can solve these requirements to share the data between two different iFlows or two different artifacts which are running individually on a different timelines, but we want to share the data between these two iFlows. These will be used. These persistence steps will be used. Okay, so the persistent, in this one, the data store will be used to store the complete message. The complete message in the sense, whatever the sent message, the complete whole message structure, what we received, what we are processing in CPI, that can be stored in the database. These data store options, these data store operations, select, get, write, delete. These are the four different. These are self-explanatory. So you can use these operations, like you can write using a write. You can write whole XML. By using a select, you can select the data, and by delete, you can delete the whole XML. So these data store particularly used to store whole XML or whole complete message, whether it is XML, CSV, whatever, the whole message will be stored. Then the other one is a write variable. The write variable is a one variable or a one value, name value pair concept. So this will be used for only one variable we can store. That means if I got a sales order data in a message, whole sales order IDOC, so I want to store whole IDOC, I will be using a data store operation. I want to store whole IDOC data. If I want to store only the IDOC number or a sales order number, only I want to store in the persistent, I want to store only the sales order number, that means only one value, then I am using a variables. Okay, this is how this persistent palettes will be used to share the data between two different runtimes. The last one is the last one is the validators. These validators are used in specifically XML validator. When the XML data comes from the source, we can verify the data is there before we getting into the other steps like message mapping and other steps. We can use this XML validator to check whether the XML format is perfectly formatted as per the XSD. As per the XSD in the sense, XSD is a data structure explain how the XML will be produced in the runtime. So this XML validator will be used to whenever the message comes from the sender, especially for the XMLs, we can validate that XML whether it is correctly formatted or not. Then based on that we can check whether we can go, whether we can stop the process, or you want to move further for validations or move further with a message processing. This XML, this is specifically used for XML only. We can check whether verify that XML is correctly formatted or not for this XML validator. Okay, this flag will be in this one. This flag will be used if it is XML validation has failed. Whether if we check this, it won't raise an exception subprocess. It will be going to the validation error, the separate one, or you can have these two steps. If you uncheck this one, it automatically raises a exception subprocess, so you cannot process with a success and error here. So in this XML validator, you just need to careful that whether in which cases you want to check this box or in which cases you should not. So these are the palettes will be used in our everyday sessions. So how this can be used, how you can modify the data, how you can transform the data, and it will be sent to the receiver. Okay, so if you have any questions, we can discuss. From tomorrow we will get into the system and we will be using these palettes one by one and combine these together to solve the business requirements.
No doubt.
No questions, Sri.
Sorry?
No questions.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So basically what we are doing, what I'm trying to explain is that is all about how you get the integration requirement, how you analyze the integration requirement. Once you complete the analysis, you will be understanding that okay, what are the palettes I need to use, what are the adapters I need to use, what are the systems are involved. These will be coming into your mind saying that okay, these can be used and this is how we normally do that. First we do the paperwork that okay, what are the requirements, what are the necessary possible steps we need to do in CPI. Then you come into the CPI and start designing step by step what are the palettes will be used and how the transform or how the convert the data. Okay, so first is always is important while we're doing the integration is that what is the requirement, how you gather the information, that is most important thing. Then once you have the necessary information and once you have a logical understanding of send it to receiver, then you can come and do the iFlow design. Okay, so tomorrow we'll meet at the same time then. If you don't have the questions, then I will close the session.
Can you ask him to share the slides? I mean, all the 4 days, like, so that we just can do a revision, and tomorrow, if we're starting with the artifacts.
Yes, yeah, sure. I will send the PPTs, and as well as the recorded sessions also I will ask Shanmugh to share with you. So you will be having them, and you can